remotely here, just making sure that all our tech is working.
Close.
Great.
Can you ever be sure of that?
Yeah, I know. We've had our challenges.
Okay, you're good.
Got it.
Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, CALGreen workshop participants. For the record, my name is Enrique M. Rodriguez, Associate Construction Analyst for the California Building Standards Commission. And with me today is Eric Drever from DSA and other DSA staff, along with Emily Withers and Kyle Kraus and HCD staff. Additionally, we have representatives from California Air Resources Board and the California Energy Commission. Thank you for giving the Building Standards Commission, DSA and HCD the opportunity to conduct the second CALGreen electric vehicle work group. We call it CEVW meeting as part of the 2022 intervening code adoption cycle. Before we get started, I'd like to go through some of the housekeeping items and a high-level overview of the agenda. So before we get started, everybody should have a copy of the agenda. And we'll get into the specifics on Zoom and the how we'll take calls in and things like that. But high level, basically, we're going to do an overview agenda, and then we'll have roundtable participation instructions with an introduction of the participants today. We will discuss the amended charter, and then in addition, under item 3, we'll kind of recap the April 14, 2022 meeting that we had. Then item 4 will be DSA staff will share the DSA box information. Item 5, we will discuss the EV charging code change suggestions, and there are several, so I'm not going to go through all of them. We will go through these in detail during today's meeting. Then item 6, we'll be discussing related items not on the agenda. And the hopes is here that if the group feels that there's value in creating some ad hoc subgroups, potentially for existing facility alterations, power demand, dwell times, cost data, and automatic load management systems. Then we'll have item 7 is going to be the action items, basically what are the next steps, and then item 8 we will adjourn. So with that, we will proceed. Let me minimize that screen. Let's see that actually. I'm going to leave that up for a minute here while we do some of the Zoom instructions. For the record, today is June 16th, 2022, and today's meeting is scheduled from 9 a.m. to noon. Notice is hereby given that the California Building Standards Commission, BSC, and the Division of the State Architect, DSA, and the Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, and staff have convened a CALGreen electric vehicle workshop meeting comprised of interested parties and state agencies to provide input and feedback for future EV regulations in CALGreen. The proposed regulation updates may be considered for inclusion in the 2022 California Green Building Standards Code, Part 11, during the 2022 intervening code cycle. The public is invited to participate and provide input and comments. Today's meeting is available via Zoom and teleconference as noted in the workshop notice and agenda. This meeting will also be live streamed on the CBSC YouTube channel. Please be aware the live stream has an approximate 45-second delay, and there is no method for offering verbal or written public comment. Closed captioning is available via Zoom's automated live transcriptions. To view closed caption in Zoom, click on the CC Live Transcript button. Closed captioning will automatically appear if you are watching via YouTube. The meeting materials may be viewed on CBSC's website as listed in the agenda notice. Now I would like to have Ms. Laura Mills will read the Zoom and telephone instructions.
Good morning, everybody. To avoid feedback or other technical issues, please join the meeting through only one device and keep yourself muted. For telephone-only attendees, it is important to mute and unmute yourself because if Dsa Staff mutes your phone, you will not be able to unmute it. Comments will first be taken from the public in Zoom with their hands raised, then from the public on the Zoom phone line. If you wish to make a comment on a specific agenda item, please listen for the CBSC staff person to ask for comments from the public. At this time, please virtually raise your hand using the raise hand icon in Zoom. You will be recognized by the meeting's facilitator in the order that hands were raised. At this time, please unmute yourself. When you are done speaking, please lower your hand and remute yourself. Please ensure that you have a working microphone on or attached to your device prior to raising your hand to make a comment. CBSC staff will continue through the queue until there are no raised hands remaining. Then move on to take comments from the public on the Zoom phone line. At this time, please unmute yourself and wait for your name or phone number to be called. When you are done speaking, please remute yourself. When phone comments are complete, CBSC staff will then proceed to the next agenda item. Please speak slowly and clearly so that your comments can be transcribed. If you experience technical difficulties, please call our office at 916-263-0916. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Laura. Appreciate that. Does anyone have any questions regarding the Zoom or telephone instructions?
Seeing no hands raised.
Okay, no hands raised. I see 2 on chat.
Let me scroll up.
Okay.
Sorry, there are so many people here.
Great, 84 people. Fantastic.
I do not see hands raised.
You want me to click on chat? Or,
No, you should have.
okay, there's 3 chats.
Right, you should turn your chat off.
Got it.
Just click on the chat. Yeah, nobody has their hands raised.
Okay. All right, seeing that we don't have any questions regarding the Zoom or telephone instructions, I am going to proceed on to agenda item 1A. The goal of the CEVW work group is to garner participation from all interested parties and affected stakeholders and the public, and to provide informed, balanced input on CALGreen proposals. The CALGreen Electric Vehicle Workgroup Charter provides information on the objectives and expectations of the workgroup participants in the development of the electric vehicle proposals for the 2022 intervening code adoption cycle. And shortly we will be going on to agenda item 2 that will discuss the amended charter. Moving on to agenda item 1B. I'm going to be asking an introduction of the state agencies first that are on this meeting, and then we will move on to everybody else. So I'm going to start with the introductions of Dsa Staff. Myself, Enrique Rodriguez, Associate Construction Analyst with Building Standards Commission. We'll just go based on the queue. Who else do we have from BSC?
Kevin Day, Building Standards Commission Staff Services Manager. Good morning, Enrique.
Good morning, Kevin.
Hey, good morning, Enrique. This is Beth Maynard. I am Associate Construction Analyst, taking notes for you.
Okay, good morning, Beth.
Yeah, my name's Timothy O'Malley. I'm an architectural associate, California Building Standards Commission.
Good morning, Timothy. Okay, all right, moving on. And of course, we have Miss Laura Mills. Moving on to, let's start off with DSA staff.
Ida Claire, State Architect.
Morning, Ida.
Morning.
Eric Drever, Principal Architect, Architectural Codes and Policies.
Morning, Eric.
Good morning.
Paul Johnson, Senior Electrical Engineer.
Morning, Paul. Okay, now we're going to move on to HCD staff.
This is Emily Withers. Good morning, everybody. I'm with Department of Housing and Community Development, State Housing Law Program.
Good morning, Emily. Welcome. Okay, all right. So maybe if we have anybody from the Energy Commission, and let's move on to the Energy Commission, and then we'll move. Oh, Tom? Okay. Tom, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, Tom Martin with HCD, State Housing Law Program.
Good morning, Tom.
And
good morning, Enrique. This is Kyle Kraus, Deputy Director with HCD's Codes and Standards. We're just trying to save time. Team HCD is in the house.
Yeah, sounds great. How about move on to CEC?
Danuta Drozdovich, Building Standards Office, CEC.
Great, good morning.
Good morning, Simon Lee, Electrical Engineer with CEC Building Standards Office.
Thank you, Simon. Okay, we're going to move on to CARB participants.
Good morning, Joshua Cunningham, California Air Resources Board, Chief of the Light Duty Vehicle Programs and support for the CALGreen program.
Good morning, Joshua.
Morning.
Morning. And so, go ahead.
Morning, Adrian Harris, working on light duty building codes.
Morning, Adrian.
And good morning, Enrique. Bruce Tudor, Air Resources Board, working on heavy duty building codes, heavy duty vehicle building codes.
Thank you, Bruce, for joining. Appreciate you.
I'm Stephen Toft, and I'm working on medium and heavy duty building codes.
Great. Morning, Stephen.
Morning.
Okay. Andrew Martinez, light duty zero emission vehicle infrastructure.
Good morning, Andrew. Love it. Lots of CEC folks or CARB folks. Moving on to general public.
Okay, I will call roll for people who are on the list of attendees, and hopefully I won't call some people from the state agencies. Most of you have your agency acronyms in your name, so hopefully that won't happen. So we'll start off with JJ. You can, there you go.
Hello, My name is Jared Johnson. Or most folks just call me JJ. I'm the Senior Manager of Policy and External Relations at Actera. I'm very interested in EV charging equity.
And then after speaking, everybody, please be sure to remute yourself. Next on the list is Adam George.
Hi there, Adam George, San Diego Gas and Electric Clean Transportation Policy. I'm a project manager.
Great, thank you.
Alex Chase.
Hi there, Alex Chase with 2050 Partners. We're supporting the California statewide utility codes and standards program on EV charging infrastructure.
Alice Druffel.
Hello, everyone. This is Alice Ruffle. I'm the Southern California Director for California Interfaith Power and Light.
Amir.
Hamidzadeh.
Hamid
I'm a CSG consultant and I work closely with the Los Angeles chapter of ICC with the code changes.
Andrew Wickham.
Good morning. I'm a landscape architect with LPA that deals mostly with education design. Very interested in changes.
Okay, great. Welcome.
Anne. You don't see a last name, Anne. Okay, we'll move on to Avier.
Hi, I'm Avier Sriparamadur. I work with Project Green Home and Actera.
Ben Simonson. All right, we'll move on to the letter B. People who are watching but not introducing themselves, that's fine. Bill Gao.
Hello, this is Bill Gao. I'm from the Department of Healthcare Access and Information Building Standard Unit.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
Burjeet.
Yes, hi. Do you want me to turn on my video? I'm
Yeah,
here.
it's not necessary, but it's up to you.
Okay, yes, I'm here. I'm a driver and owner of a Tesla Model Y 2021.
Okay.
So a member of the public.
Great, welcome.
Thank you.
Also, if you're representing a company, please say so, or you can also say self if you're representing just yourself, that's fine.
All right, we have Bob with no last name. All right, moving on to Bob Raymer.
Hi, Bob Raymer with the California Building Industry Association, the California Business Properties Association, Building Owners and Managers Association, and the California Apartment Association. Thanks.
Morning, Bob.
Cesar Diaz.
Hi, good morning. Cesar Diaz with ChargePoint, Senior Policy Manager for ChargePoint in California.
Morning, Caesar.
Good morning.
Christopher Gagne. Moving on to Christos.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Christos Prisciliou with the LA Unified School District, Director of Architecture, Engineering, Energy, and Sustainability. Pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Morning, Christos.
Morning.
Craig Lewis.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Craig Lewis, I'm the founder and executive director of the Clean Coalition. We are a very technical nonprofit with the mission to accelerate the transition to renewable energy in a modern grid. We do a lot of work with school districts, cities, counties, and lots of other entities around solar-driven microgrids and electrification, including, of course, electric vehicle charging infrastructure. We're most interested in making sure that people understand that you got to get the EV charging behind the existing meters in order to provide the solar-driven resilience to them, and also making sure that managed charging can be used and that the policies are set so managed charging can be used to avoid very expensive and unnecessary upgrades to the electrical infrastructure.
Thank you.
Dan Chia.
Hi, my name is Dan Chaw with Chaw Strategies. Not representing any particular client on this call, just observing and learning. Thank you.
Darcy Gambayan.
Hi, I'm Darcy Gambayan from LPA Design Studios.
Dean Taylor.
Hi, Dean Taylor with Dean Taylor Consulting, representing California Electric Transportation Coalition today.
Dennis Corellis.
Good morning. My name is Dennis Corellis. I'm an interested member of the public with an electric vehicle and a former deputy state architect.
Morning, Dennis.
Morning.
Dominique Michaud.
Good morning, Dominic Michaud with SDG&E's Codes and Standards program. I am a project manager. Thank you.
Great, welcome.
Alyssa Younger. Oh, there she goes. Nope. Emil Hill, or Ellen, I'm sorry, you unclicked and you went off my list. Go ahead, Ellen.
Oh, sorry about that.
Okay.
Ellen Owens, the University of California Office of the President and member of the CALGreen Code Advisory Committee.
Good morning, welcome.
Emil Hill, or Emily, sorry, Emily.
Hi, good morning. Emily Hill, branch chief from Hcd Codes and Standards.
Good morning, Emily. Welcome.
Introduce Eric Guerrero. Sorry if I'm butchering people's names.
Guerrero's right.
All right, Glenn Gall.
Yes, Glenn Gall, architect, consultant, interested party.
Morning, Glenn.
Good morning.
Guy Hall.
Yes, Guy Hall, a board member with the Electric Vehicle Association. For those unfamiliar with the EVA, it's a 50-year-old nonprofit organization active in the adoption of electric vehicles and related charging infrastructure. We have 100 chapters, 13 of which are in California, thousands of members with whom we work to educate communities about through hundreds of events about the benefits and the challenges of driving electric. So it's that kind of experience, engagement of potential drivers on the ground that we bring to this meeting.
Morning, Guy.
Hillary Bracken.
Hillary Bracken, Choate Parking Consultants, Parking Planning and Building Design.
James Frey.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, James Fry, 2050 Partners, representing the IOU Codes and Standards program.
Jason Groves.
Good morning, everyone. Jason Groves from Southern California Edison. I work on the Charge Ready Transport program for medium and heavy duty vehicle infrastructure.
Jay Madden.
Good morning, Jay Madden from Southern California Edison. I work on our building energy codes and standards team.
Good morning, Jay.
Jay Bish. It looks like initial J, last name Bish.
There, I'm actually here representing PZSE Structural Engineers. We're the largest third-party structural engineering company for Tesla. We work mostly in solar, but we also do a good amount of work in EV charging stations. We're concerned party and going to be keeping track of the code changes so that we can help our clients quicker.
Great.
Jeff Coates.
Good morning, Jeff Coates, Department of General Services. We're just monitoring the bandwidth health and circuit health of the.
Great, thank you.
John Hart.
Hello, John Hart with Powerflex. We provide electric vehicle charging, also adaptive load management, which is EV charging management software, and interested in the codes as well.
Morning, John.
Joshua Cunningham.
Yes, I already introduced myself.
Sorry, Joshua.
Judy Schweitzer.
Hi, yeah, Judy Schweitzer. I was a CALGreen Code Advisory Committee member for 12 years. Nice to see all these friendly faces. I'm representing my own company, Schweitzer and Associates, and we advise public, private, and NGO sector clients on zero net energy developments and scaling clean energy infrastructure. And I'm currently working with some of the largest transportation agencies in California, advising them on CALGreen compliance for Tier 2 and electrifying their buses, light and heavy duty trucks, and trying to help them navigate this landscape.
Good morning, Judy.
Junia Compostela.
Yeah, hi, Unia Compostela here from 2050 Partners. We are supporting California codes and standards for EVCI. Thank you.
Carly, I'm not going to say your last name, sorry.
It's okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Carly Benke. I am here representing Carducci Associates, a landscape architecture firm in San Francisco, and we work a lot with DSA on educational projects, and just here interested to know how we can help our clients with EV charging code in the future.
Great, thank you.
Kelly Cunningham.
Hi, Kelly Cunningham, Pacific Gas and Electric, here representing the Codes and Standards team, specifically Title 24 advocacy and REACH codes. Thank you.
Morning, Kelly.
Mark Geller.
Hi, I'm Mark Geller with the EV Charging for All Coalition and Plug in America. We've been working on the CALGreen EV codes for the last couple of years. Our goal is access to power for all at home and work, long dwell time locations where 90+% of EV charging occurs. We believe equity demands multifamily and workplace EV drivers should have access to power at utility rates, as do single family home residents. Thank you.
Good morning, Mark.
Morning.
Okay, there's a couple people who missed their roll call, so I'm going to go backwards. J. Bish. Initial J. Bish.
I actually got to spoke. I thought I got skipped, but then you called me
Okay.
right after.
I've seen that. And then Christopher.
Hi, I'm Christopher Gannier. I'm an architect at Burns & McDonnell. We're a large company that does design and construction. So we're helping with some of the same clients as Judy Schweitzer. And also we're doing stuff for the state.
Okay, great. Thank you, Christopher.
And if I miss anybody else, just wait till the end and then we'll call for anybody that we missed.
Okay.
Mark Coleman.
Yes, I'm the Director of Support Services here in Sanger Unified School District in Sanger, California. Really interested in electric vehicles.
Thank you.
Mary Rancière.
Hi, my name is Mary Alyssa Rancière. I'm with the Associated General Contractors of California, and I'm the Public Policy Coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matthew Nelson.
Hi, I'm Matt Nelson, Director of Government Affairs at Electrify America, which is a provider of charging services across 46 states, including our largest market, California.
Good morning, Matthew.
Good morning.
Michelle Pierce.
Hi, I'm Michelle Pierce. I'm a member of the Electric Vehicle Association, and I am on this call because I'm interested in electric vehicle charging equity. Thanks.
Thank you.
Misty Bruceri.
Good morning, Misty Bruceri. I am working with the IOU Codes and Standards Reach Code program.
Welcome.
Noelani Derrickson.
Hi, good morning. Noelani Derrickson from Tesla. I work mostly on electric vehicle charging policy in North America. I've worked with a lot of you guys on this call, so thank you for coordinating this workshop.
Good morning, Noelani. Good to see you.
Olga Bolotina.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Olga Bolotina. I'm representing myself here, but I'm also a leader and an advocate with the Sierra Club, which is doing a lot of work for electrification in general and access for all to electric vehicles, and also worked very long in the local government in Oakland with the policymakers. So interested to see where it's going. Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Philip Kobernick.
Kobernick.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for the catch, Enrique. It's Philip Kobernick with Peninsula Clean Energy, San Mateo County's Community Choice Energy Program.
All right, Philip.
Randy with no last name.
Folks, I'm not sure if this is me. Randy Zabriskie. I also work for Department of General Services. We're here monitoring the health of your call, video, and audio call quality today.
Great. Thank you so much.
All right. There is another Randy with no last name. Okay.
Rick Choate with CPC Principal. We're an architectural firm that specializes in parking planning and design. I'm also a member of the National Parking Association's Parking Consultants Council and a member of the white paper that should be published within the next 2 weeks from the National Parking Association on electric vehicle charging.
Good morning, Rick.
Good morning.
Rob Young.
Hi, Rob Young, Director of Operations and Emergency Services here at the Lake County Office of Education. We have an interest in looking to expand electric vehicles in our town.
Robin Woods.
We can't hear you.
Robin, you're
okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Robin Woods, Safety and Compliance Supervisor with Riverside Unified School District. And I'm sitting in on behalf of my director, Ken Mueller. He's Director of Maintenance, Operations, and Transportation. And I'm hoping to take some copious notes to provide back to him when he returns from vacation. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Robin.
Ryan McCarthy.
Hello, Ryan McCarthy. I'm the Director of Climate and Clean Energy at Weideman Group. We're a Sacramento-based lobbying firm, and we represent Electrify America.
Good morning, Ryan.
Sarah Chang. Moving on to Sayers. Sean Deniston.
Hello, everyone. Sean Deniston from New Buildings Institute, supporting the California IOU Codes and Standards Program.
Morning, Sean.
Shaheen.
Good morning, Shaheen Azmuda with International Parking Design. Same as Rick Choate. I'm a parking designer and very interested in seeing where the code ends up in regards to design of and installation of the electrical vehicle charging stations, which is becoming a challenge in the parking design industry. Thank you.
Good morning.
Shane Masad.
Good morning, everyone. This is Shane Massoud with the City of Yucaipa, just an interested party.
Simon Lee. Oh, sorry, CEC. We're gonna.
Yeah.
Okay.
I already did that one.
Steve Douglas.
Good morning, and thanks for having the workshop. I'm Steve Douglas, Vice President of Energy and Environment with the Alliance for Automotive Innovation. We represent car companies that produce about 95% of the new vehicles sold in California. We represent virtually all of them, with the exception of Tesla, but we work very closely with Tesla and certainly in agreement on a lot of issues. And so I appreciate it. And we work on all that with the PUC, with the Air Resources Board, and of course with Hcd and the Building Standards Commission. So thank you.
Steve.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Taina.
Tina, you had it right. Tina
Okay.
Anderson, Chino Valley Unified School District. I'm the Energy Resource Conservation Technician, and we are just interested in where any of these requirements and mandates are going to land for our school district.
Okay, great. Welcome.
Teresa Su.
Hi, I'm on Actera's policy team, and I'm mainly here to observe.
Welcome.
Teresa DeMarco.
Hi, I'm an independent construction manager in the multifamily industry. And so I'm just interested in how this affects new construction.
Good morning.
And Vanessa Warheit.
Good morning. I'm Vanessa Warheit. I am here with the EV Charging Access for All Coalition, also representing Plug-in America. Very interested in equity in all things code and EV. Thank you for having this meeting this morning.
Good morning, Vanessa.
All right, and then we'll go back to Janet Dixon.
Good morning. I'm Janet Dixon. I'm the Director of Facilities Development for Temecula Valley Unified School District and Chair of the School Energy Coalition.
Good morning, Janet.
Morning.
All right, then we have a raised hand from Ian.
Thank you very much. Ian Padilla with the School Energy Coalition. Just quickly, and I'm glad it came up during this segment, we did notice that there are no representatives on the in the group for K-12 schools. So we would certainly like to kind of request maybe that the School Energy Coalition be included. We're certainly going to participate. School Energy Coalition has a wide and long history of these issues in particular. We're seeing here there's a lot of interest in the school piece. So might even be appropriate for a subcommittee, something like that. Just quickly, that's all to say we're here. Ms. Dixon has some particular information about how this impacts schools and so on. All to say, really, we're glad to be able to participate officially or unofficially, and glad to do that. Also, some of you might recognize me. I work with the Coalition for Adequate School Housing, also very interested in the issue. And so, you know, I just wanted to essentially offer our services, and glad to participate today. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Ian. Welcome.
Thanks.
I have a chat introduction from Sarah Ching from DSA, who doesn't have a working mic, and she says she's here to learn.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. As far as the chat, everybody, this was basically turned on for sharing of document links. And so we won't be using the chat that much because people on the phone can't see the chat. So if you do have something that you want to say, you should raise your hand at when Enrique calls for comments.
Yeah.
So please don't use the chat for commenting, except for Sarah, who doesn't have a working mic. I will monitor for you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Laura, for that clarification. Are we done with that?
Yes, sir. That is the entire list.
So, folks, first of all, before we move on to the next agenda, I have to say I'm extremely impressed that we have 93 participants in today's meeting. It is really important. I know this was long, but it's really important for us to know who the stakeholders, affected parties, and the public. So thank you for your introductions. I think we're going to pick up a little time as we move on to the next agenda item, which is agenda item number 2, which is to discuss the amended charter. And let me cue that up. Okay, can everybody see this pretty good? Is it at the right scale? Let me see if I can.
Nothing other than agenda.
No, oh, okay, sorry, hold on. Let me, how about now? Can you folks see the charter?
Still seeing the agenda.
Oh. How about if I just close that off? How about now?
Then you have to share it.
See participants.
Okay, here we go. Okay, I think we got it.
There it is.
Yay! Okay, so during the first workshop, we introduced this charter, and really, I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. Everybody has seen it, has had access to it. I do want to just discuss a couple of changes that were done to this charter, and it shouldn't take that long. The main changes really came when it was when we listed the participants, and that occurred. Let's see here. Okay, so basically our members, we added some additional folks from RESD, Department of General Services. I believe we also changed the name to non-state organizations. And then we added, I believe we added down here additional folks that were added were basically in here. So this is a list of folks that were added as a result of our first meeting. Then the only other change was basically regarding the timeline. We are currently in the second workshop, which is June 16th. Our third workshop is scheduled for August 18th. So that's a tentative date, but we're planning on meeting that date. So does anybody have any comments regarding this charter? And we can certainly add folks to this list. It's, we can add folks as they could just, if they don't want to add themselves now, we could certainly send us an email and we can add you to this list. This is really not, it's just a list. It's not something that if you're on it or not on it doesn't mean you can't participate. Yeah, this is just a list so we know who are the stakeholders and interested parties are.
You have a hand raised.
Okay, we have one hand raised. We'll go there and see what the comment is.
Go ahead, Guy.
Yes, just we are no longer the Electric Auto Association. We are the Electric Vehicle Association.
Okay, so let me go there, Guy, and let me fix that right now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So you are now Electric Vehicle Association. Okay. Okay. All right, while I'm doing that, what I'd like to do, if there are no additional comments, is there more comments?
Yes, Vanessa has her hand raised.
Hi, Vanessa.
Hi, our coalition has sent this body several letters that are signed by quite a long number of organizations, and I'm hoping that all of those organizations will be included in, I'm assuming this list is, I can only see part of your agenda, so I'm assuming these are.
Yeah, this is a list. So if you're part of like the Electric Vehicle Coalition, we're not going to list every single person that's on here. This is basically, it's a coalition. So, I mean, I guess if you requested, we could add your name, but it's probably part of the electric vehicle coalition. There's
So
probably
I see. So can you just clarify then, please, for me, what the purpose of this list is? Just because I can't see the top of, I'm not sure.
This is a list of members that have been added as a result of the first meeting and folks that are a part of it. So, and you can certainly add yourself to this list if you.
I see what you're saying, members of the working group. And I guess my question is, are these then groups that will be notified of future meetings and proceedings and whatnot?
Everybody that has signed up for our mailing list will get notified. If you're not on our mailing list, then we wouldn't know who you are. We don't necessarily have all the emails of these folks, only if you've been go onto our website and sign in and request to be added to the notifications.
Okay, so then I guess my last question is, if we want to add people to this list, because there are some members of our coalition that are, probably would be interested in being listed independently as well as being part of the coalition, where and how should we convey those to you?
You would just send us an email and say you'd like to get added to the charter, the CEVW charter. We're trying not to list like individuals, or else this probably turn into a 2-page document just for members. This is really like organizations. But,
I understand.
If there are no further questions or comments regarding this charter, what I would like to do is I would like to, let me go all the way to the top. I would like to remove this question mark. And I would request for a vote unofficially that folks are okay with this charter. And one question before we go there.
Yeah, so Vanessa, if you're done speaking, will you please lower your hand? Another speaker, Robin Woods, has her hand raised.
Okay.
Go ahead, Robin.
Thank you. Could you please add Riverside Unified School District to your list?
You got it.
Thank you.
Riverside School District. Yep.
Riverside Unified.
Riverside Unified School District. Okay.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Robin. Yep, no problem.
And Craig?
Yes. Similarly, can you make sure that the Clean Coalition is on the list? I didn't see it as you were scrolling quickly.
Yeah.
And then I assume somebody from the Clean Coalition needs to get onto the mailing list. Is that something that's done on the website?
You need to go onto our website and log in, sign in, and then you choose what notifications you want.
Or to subscribe to our mailing list, it's on the contact tab of our website.
Yeah, contact tab. Yeah, and I like that there's a lot of new participants. This is fantastic. So yeah, certainly go on there and you can ask questions, but certainly we'll add the Clean Coalition to this list. Anybody else?
It's just Clean Coalition,
Yes. Clean Coalition, yes.
All right, Janet?
Please add the School Energy Coalition as well.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
School Energy Coalition, got it?
And Olga?
Thank you so much. If the Sierra Club is not on the list, please add it too. Thank you.
Okay, we will add it.
And Vanessa?
Hi, sorry if there's an echo. Okay, great, thank you. I've been on my phone. I just was able to get in on my laptop and I wasn't able to actually read this on my phone because it's cut off. So my request is, could you please read this aloud so that everybody knows what they're agreeing to?
No, Vanessa, sorry. This was introduced during the first meeting and has been posted during the first meeting agenda and the second.
Where is it? I didn't see it in the agenda for this meeting.
You'd have to go onto our website for the pre-rulemaking cycle, and this document, along with the agenda itself and the PowerPoint that we'll be discussing, are all on our website and have been noticed for over 10 days. And this is, we probably spent about 45 minutes to an hour last time. And really the only amendments were what we're mentioning now. Some folks being added, and that's pretty much it.
Okay.
Fair enough. That's totally fair. I just want to flag that there are probably many people on this call who A, can't read this, and B, don't understand it, so may not be able to.
Yeah, so just high level, this charter was basically done so we would all know what the rules of engagement and how to interact with each other. Basic charter, it's non-binding. I mean, this is just to come to common, consensus on the process, that's all. But you're welcome to look at it, and if you have any specific comments, you can email us, mark this up, send it to us, and then we can review it.
Is there an easy link someone can drop in the chat, or do I need to go find it on the website?
Carol, will you please, Carol from BSC, will you please put the link to this?
Got it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
No problem, Vanessa. With that said, can I get a vote on?
I have, Tanya has her hand raised.
Okay,
I'd
Tanya.
like to recognize
Yeah, can
that.
you add Chino Valley Unified School District?
Sure.
Thank
No
you.
problem. Chino Valley.
Yes, Chino Valley Unified School District,
This is being recorded, so we'll make sure we get the right names.
CVUSD.
Okay.
Everything in the chat will also be saved, and I will coordinate with Enrique to make sure that we caught everything.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
with
it.
that,
No more raised
that's
hands.
it. No more raised hands. Okay, I'd like to move on beyond this item. So can I get a consensus that what was discussed last time and the minor amendments that we've made here, everybody's agreeable to? And we can certainly add more folks to the list. So this is, just need kind of a general consensus. Anybody have any objections? Okay, we have a couple raised hands.
No, I think to get that.
Oh yeah, can folks just raise your hands in the Zoom, and then we'll take kind of just majority. If we see a bunch of raised hands, then we'll be good.
All right.
Okay, that's going good. So far, so good. Some up, some down.
And there's no nay vote on here.
Okay,
It's all good.
everybody's good. Okay, let's just say this. Speak up if you have any objections, and then we'll move on.
Everybody lower your hands, please.
Yeah, lower your hands, and then we're good. Okay, I'm gonna remove the question mark for now, and I'm gonna say this, and then. Okay, so moving on to our agenda item. Okay, agenda item 4, which is agenda item 3, which is a recap of the meeting, our first meeting, which was April 14th. I'm gonna exit that. Share the PowerPoint. Oops. Can we see the PowerPoint? Okay. Can you folks see the PowerPoint?
Not yet.
Not yet. Do I need to share?
Mhm.
I bet it is. You can just click it. Where's my share button? It's Laura. So I wanna go
make that
here,
big.
and then go
go here.
share screen.
And then pick your.
Oh, there you go. Okay. So we created a PowerPoint that is going to basically describe some of the items that we'll be talking about today. So I'm going to move on to, like I said, agenda item number 3. So these were some of the items that we discussed during the first meeting. That included, number 1 was discuss the charter and goals of the group and made minor edits regarding participants. We just reviewed previously. Number 2, we introduced the roles and responsibilities of the proposing state agencies and the subject matter experts. Number 3, we established workshop meeting dates. 4, we discussed recently approved EV regulations for the 2022 CALGreen code that is actually being printed right now. And then number 5, we discussed the EV code suggestions provided during the 2021 rulemaking comment period. And number 6, we heard suggested topics for the 2022 intervening code adoption cycle. And this is mainly what we'll be talking about today. At this point, what I'd like to do, I'd like to move on to agenda item 4, which is the DSA box information. And I'd like to introduce Eric Drever from DSA, and he will educate us on how to get on to this DSA box. And then that's how we were going to be sharing information regarding this workshop and potentially subgroups, but we'll discuss that in a little bit. So Eric, you have the floor.
Can you advance the slide, please, Enrique?
Sure. Where would you like to go?
To the next slide.
Oh, next slide. That, yeah, no, I don't know. I'm seeing the slide that has.
Okay, correct. That's the correct slide.
Okay, no problem.
So good morning, everybody. I'll try to make this as quickly as possible so that we can get to the part where we roll up our sleeves and get some work done. And during the last meeting, we were requested to provide a storage place, a storing house for participants to share documents with one another in lieu of emailing and providing some other methods. So in order to do that, we have to gather, number one, your email and your name and who you're representing. And so we've created a form, and the very first item there in the chat includes a link. The link is also on this PowerPoint, and I believe that PowerPoint is available on the BSC webpage. So you can access the link that way as well if you do not have access to the chat. But currently I'm monitoring the form, and I see that we really only have about 13 or so responses. And so if you could follow the link, enter in your information so that we can provide you access to the shared files on DSA Box. If you're not familiar with Box, it's essentially a cloud storage service that DSA utilizes. And so in that box, in the box folders related to this working group, you will have the ability to send in information, data, reports, studies, etc., that will be good for the entire group and can be shared with the entire group through Box. Once you provide the information on this Microsoft form, our DSA Box administrator will add you to a list, and from that point, you'll start to receive automated emails from Box to either log in to your current Box account if you have one, or if you do not have one, to create an account, at which point, once you've created your account, you'll be given access to the folders. You'll be given access as viewer downloader only. It's important for us to be able to manage where and what types of data get added. If you'd like data or files, information added to the folders, simply email Enrique. There's an email address there, or Paul Johnson at DGS, and we will ensure that those items, you can also email them to me if you'd like, but we will ensure that those items get added to the folder in the appropriate spot and shared with the group. So that box, are there any questions?
Eric, I was just going to say, do you want me to, it's a hot link. Do you want me to just quickly show folks what that looks like, or?
Sure, you can follow the link.
Okay, so yeah, and this is on, you'll have access, obviously you have access to these PowerPoints and the link, so. Yeah, so this is what it's going to look like. You will then put in your information.
It's not shared, Enrique. We're still seeing the PowerPoint. If you'd like, I can share my screen if it makes it faster. I see I have 21 responses, so the responses are growing.
Do you see that? Can you see, folks see it this now?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so basically when you do click on there, this is going to be the introductory page. Here you'll input your information and then you'll submit. Then DSA staff will receive your information and then we'll send you a link to give access, right? Is that correct, Eric?
Correct. Yeah, Box will send them a link.
Okay, great. Okay, so with that, am I sharing this?
You're back on the PowerPoint.
Okay, perfect. Yes. Okay. So does anybody have any questions for Eric regarding this DSA Dropbox? Okay.
Thank you.
I have Vanessa has her hand raised.
Hi, Vanessa.
Hi, sorry, how are we supposed to get the access to the link?
When we will send you a personal link to get to our website where all this information is publicly listed. And when you open the PowerPoint, you will get this exact page. You just click it and it will give you just like
So
I
you're
showed
sending each of us a copy of the slide?
you. This is already posted on our BSC website. This is all public information. But we will send you a special link for this.
Vanessa, there's a link, the very first, are you able to access the chat at this point?
I'm so sorry, I can't hear you. Am I able to access the what?
The chat, the Zoom chat? Okay,
Yes.
so the very first chat I posted has the link in it.
I had to join here from my phone. So anything that is from the very beginning is not in the chat. I think someone else has the same problem. Would you mind just pasting that link again, pretty please?
I will.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Laura Mills will
Appreciate
recopy it and repost it. Thank you. Anybody else have any questions?
Can somebody
Okay.
put in the chat the link to
It's there
get
now.
on the mailing list? Because I've been poking around at the website. It's not obvious where to get your name on the list. Or where
That
to
is also
register
in the chat.
your email.
Sorry, please clarify that question so I understand it.
Can somebody provide the link to the exact page to add to register one's email address so that they're going to get the future emails for this group?
Carol, can you do that, please? The
Hi.
link. Yep. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll add the contact on our BSC website. It's all there, pretty easy to navigate, but yeah, we'll do that for you. All right, any other comments? So we can move on. Okay, hearing none, I am going to move on. There's been a request to discuss agenda item 5G, which is residential EV charging requirements. So now we're moving on to agenda item 5, and there's A through J. These are some of the suggested code changes, but there's been a request to address agenda item 5G because I guess the folks have to leave early today. So if nobody has any issues with that, I'd like to accommodate that. This is sort of informal. I'm going to go to, and I believe, is this the one?
Brigitte, is this what you wanted to discuss first?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so this is agenda item 5G. And at this point, if HCD is okay with discussing this item, I would like for them to give an introduction on this item.
Okay, thank you, Enrique. This is Emily Withers with HCD, and I also have on this call Emily Hill and Tom Martin, and also Kyle Kraus, our Deputy Director, so they may interject throughout this discussion. So item G is the residential discussion for CALGreen. So good morning, and thank you everyone for sharing your expertise and valuable time to help HCD and other state agencies with the EV charging regulations. We value your suggestions and will consider viable ideas for either this intervening code adoption cycle or the next triennial code adoption cycle. Any recommended code changes that we move forward with will need to be fully justified and include a comprehensive discussion of fiscal impacts. Any proposed changes and supporting data will need to be applicable on a statewide basis and not just based on highly urbanized areas, which may have shorter commute distances. And with that, I'd like to open it up to these questions. So what I like to do is provide background on each of these questions, and then I can open it up to the floor. So on the first one, on the 10% EV capable. So we have a definition for EV capable space in the 2022 CALGreen, and it's defined as having electrical panel space and load capacity to support branch circuit and necessary raceways, both underground and or surface mounted to support EV charging. This is a provision that's been carried forward from the 2019 CALGreen. An EV driver cannot drive up to an EV capable space and start charging the car. So also there's a note that EV capable is designed to accommodate a 208, 240 volt, 40 amp branch circuit that would allow installation of level 2 EVSE, electric vehicle supply equipment. And it was formerly called EV space, capable of supporting future EVSE. So with that, the question that came up at the last meeting is, should Hcd abandon this 10% EV capable for multifamily hotels and motels? So I'd like to open up the floor for discussion.
I see some raised hands.
Yep, Mark Geller.
Hi there. Yeah, I just have a couple of comments first very quickly. One is that in fact, multifamily housing and hotels and motels are not really equivalent. I just drove in an electric vehicle to Iowa and drove back, and 40 amp charging at a motel or hotel makes an awful lot of sense. You want to refill your car and you maybe have driven 200 or 300 miles before you arrive there. Whereas multifamily housing has a very different user profile. The use is, as we all know, generally under 40 miles a day. Low power, sort of 20 amp, 240 volt circuitry supplies between 100 and 150 miles in the long dwell time that a car sits at a multifamily house. So, I think there should be some consideration to separating these two things out. The other thing I want to say, which is to sort of add to this letter G conversation, is the benefit of, in multifamily housing, direct to the unit's meter access to power. In other words, if we begin to build new construction for multifamily homes where the parking space can directly go to the unit's meter, and this is possible, it happens all the time, even in retrofits at the moment. But if we begin to construct in that way, it alleviates a major problem for multifamily housing for the building managers or for HOAs that have to concern themselves with how to manage charging, something for which it's something which is only a headache, and there is no real financial benefit that can accrue to the building. And it is a great benefit to the driver to be able to charge their car at utility rates, something which, if we are talking about managed charging, some third party, even ALMS, inevitably multifamily housing residents will pay more to charge their car than people who reside in single family homes. And there is a tremendous equity concern. We ought to strive for equity between multifamily homes and single family homes in the cost of power to the driver. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Bob Raymer.
Thank you. Bob Raymer with CBIA and Apartment Association. And I agree with a lot of what Mark just said. I don't want to necessarily make comments that are assume that we made a static position, but I think there is a good discussion to maybe start moving away from EV capable, particularly in some areas. What I want to make sure is that the low level power, the low power level 2 receptacles are indeed working and getting the job done right. I think that could be a real game changer. But before we expand application, it's going to be important to verify that these are getting the job done the way we think they all will. And I do believe they will. But we need to verify that. Regarding the other issue that Mark raised, it's a very important one. As I've been mentioning over the years, all parking lots are not alike. And in particular, when you've got, 2 and 3 story cluster units where you may have 8 to 12 units in a particular apartment, and there's a cluster of those around, that's a very common parking design. It's very easy to go ahead and have assigned parking where you can draw that line from the receptacle or the EV charger and basically have it go to that particular dwelling's meter. At the same time, we've also got the other type where you've got a 2 or 3 story apartment complex with 100 units. And you've got parking lots on each side that are exposed to the elements, and you don't have assigned parking. And so I think there's lots of room to move where you do have assigned parking, but we've also got to consider that some of the most affordable multifamily stock doesn't have assigned parking. Particularly in the Central Valley, that big swath of land that stretches from, Sacramento on down to Bakersfield and into Riverside. That 2 and 3 story example with parking lots on adjacent to each side of the large apartment building is very common. So once again, I think there's lots to discuss down the road, and there can be some movement on EV capable, but we got to make sure that we identify what types of parking facilities we're discussing when we're looking at taking that line to the meter. But yeah, we're open to discussing all of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Steve Douglas.
Great. Thank you very much. Steve Douglas with the Alliance for Automotive Innovation. So I guess a couple of things on the EV capable. I agree with moving away from that. I'm not sure that it, having the raceway run is particularly helpful if you have a car and you need to charge it. So I think we support moving EV capable to EV ready. So that's number one. The ranges and the vehicle sizes are increasing. The Air Resources Board, they will adopt legally binding requirements that increases the minimum range from 50 miles for an electric vehicle to 150 miles. So while there is people only drive 40 miles a day, well, then there would be no need for cars that go further than 50 miles. But that's not the world we live in. If we want electric vehicles to replace gasoline vehicles, then we need to be moving quickly. Also on the size of the chargers, CARB will also adopt changes that push from 3.3 kilowatt charge capability to 5.76 kilowatts, and that's, again, their intent is to get, they will adopt regulations that we're not at the point of, we don't know what the market's going to be like. We do know what the market's going to be like. There will be requirements that will require 35% of all new vehicles in 3 years, 4 years to be electric vehicles. By 2028, half of all the new vehicles have to be electric. By 2030, 70%, 2031, 76%, 100% by 2035. So this is, we're kind of beyond the pilot stage now. And I think as automakers, we're definitely beyond it. So I think if we want to make this transition and make it efficient, we do have to align the single family homes with multi-unit dwellings. And that means making the spaces EV ready. I think it means increasing the power of those EV ready stations to 5.76, which is again, and CARB in drafting this requirement. So they will require that vehicles are capable of charging at 5.76 kilowatts. And they will also require that every car, every EV starting in 2026 have a cable, a convenience cord in the back of the car that charges the vehicle at 5.76 kilowatts. So with that, if you have an EV ready spot with a receptacle installed, you can buy a car this afternoon, drive it home and plug it in and get a satisfactory charging experience tonight with EV ready. You just can't do that with EV capable. With EV capable, you need electricians, you need permits, all of the requirements. And for a renter or for, it's just kind of too much to ask. And you're talking about weeks or months before they can charge their vehicle at home. And I think I agree with all those who've said that charging at home it's where 80 to 90% of it happens today. And that's because most people live in single family homes that are buying vehicles. And it should be the same way with people who live in MUDs. We shouldn't have a bifurcated system where those people who live in single family homes get a good experience and those people who live in MUDs get some lesser experience. So on EV capable, we would agree to move from EV capable to EV ready. And on the power level, we would suggest raising that from low power level to 5.76, which would align with the Air Resources Board's requirements for the vehicles and for the convenience chargers in the cars. Thanks.
Thank you, Steve.
Philip.
Yeah, thanks everybody. A couple of points here. First, fully agree with Mark's comments on the delineation between hotels, motels, and multifamily housing. Really, these are pretty different use cases here. And I think they require pretty different energy needs, different levels of charging, and I think they should be studied separately. Mark's point about the fact that hotels, people may have been driving for more, significantly more than their daily energy needs would imply when you're staying at a hotel or motel. I think that makes a lot of sense, and higher power levels might make more sense there. I think also for hotels and motels, you might be in scenarios where you're not bringing a cord set with you like you would have at your house, and we could be looking at higher levels of installed L2 could make more sense, but I think there would need to be more study on that. But I think there's enough there to say that multifamily and hotels, motels are pretty different use cases regardless. My second point there is Peninsula Clean Energy, I would say, certainly supports the elimination of EV capable in the code. It's not in our REACH codes. We don't think it's a viable solution and ultimately doesn't really save that much effort, and would support replacing EV capable with at least EV ready pretty much across the board whenever EV capable is in the code. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip.
Sean.
Hi, Sean Deniston, New Buildings Institute. And just a couple of comments I would like to add on about splitting multifamily and hotel motel. I think this fits into a larger discussion on the commercial side as well about the need to think about these requirements really in tune with the occupancies that they serve. And I think that the discussion of EV capable probably needs to follow that same pattern, that how EV capable may or may not be included in the code may be different in different occupancies. It may not be level across the board. I'd also like to say that the idea of being able to settle on a single EV ready plug and receptacle combination, I think is a very good thing. Most of those plug adapters out there for EVSE are not UL listed. So that means that we do have safety considerations with people having that portable EVSE in their trunk with all the different plug adapters on them. And so if the EV ready receptacles that are become more standardized, that means that people can avoid those kinds of adapters more. They can just settle on, okay, this is the EVSE I need. This is the receptacle that I'm going to find in most places. So this is the one that I'll have. They can make sure that they have a good, safe EVSE, in their trunk as they're going around, and that they don't have to, even if they do buy an EVSE with a bunch of different adapters, a bunch of different plugins, they still may not get the right one because there's up to 14 NEMA receptacle types that can serve an EVSE, and that's a lot of connections. This also gets the opportunity to select the NEMA receptacle type that has the greatest level of safety, because another issue is that these receptacles are not like the plug receptacles that we use for 120 volt. They're not meant for multiple plugs and unplugs every day. And so we want to make sure that if they're going to be used in a plug and unplug situation, that they're as safe as possible. We do have ground fault circuit interruption requirements that help with that safety, but making sure that we use the one that's got the neutral in addition to the ground, things like that, that will help improve the safety of these receptacles moving forward. And so thinking about how this interacts with the CARB requirements becomes really important, because if the code settles on one level, which results in one receptacle, but then CARB is saying, no, do this one that's different, that defeats that consistency push. So thinking about bringing those together is a really good idea. Thank you very much.
This is Emily Withers. Thank you, Sean, for that point. And at HCD, we've talked about that. What should we do about the receptacles? Because we know that question's going to come up from a local agency, for example, or a designer, and we really don't have the answer either. I think it'll probably take a coalition of maybe manufacturers to kind of standardize that. Also, earlier on in the discussions, Rick Choate and Shaheen, I think from CPC, noted that they had put together a white paper on parking and EV charging. So I don't know if they addressed the receptacle issue in their paper or not, but I'd be glad to hear from them on that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to mention that Joshua Cunningham from CARB is going to be discussing in an agenda item that issue of that court set. So he'll enlighten us with some information on that. Any additional comments? I think one more raised hand.
There's three.
Three more. Okay, let's go through those.
Brigitte.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to provide some personal on-the-road experience context for what has been said by all of the other attendees. Certainly want to second the point that Mark Geller has raised. So for me, I have mentioned that I'm a driver of a Tesla Model Y from December 2020. So I've had a fair amount of experience at this point. I'm also a member of the Tesla Owners of Silicon Valley Club, which is a club of Tesla enthusiasts. We have events all over the Bay Area, but I'm here in a personal capacity. I have experienced 3 different types of charging situations with my car. One is when I first got it, I basically went to the Tesla supercharger because I didn't realize that I could charge at home. I was living in a townhouse at the time. So I don't know if you consider that multifamily. I believe that's still single family. It's a townhouse that's attached to a bunch of other townhouses, technically speaking, and we had a 2-car garage. But I went to the Tesla supercharger. So for me, the experience was, it's kind of like going to a gas station, except it takes a lot longer. But, I believe in a fossil fuel free future, and that's why I got this vehicle. So that was my first experience. Then I discovered through the club, yes, you actually can charge at home, which is level 1 charging. I believe that's what it's called. And that's a very private, easy, immediate access to charging. The garage is closed. I don't have to wait for a parking spot. I can just literally plug it into my wall. Granted, it takes forever. It's kind of like snail mail versus, 5G, right? but it charges overnight. I can schedule it so I can see what the off-peak rates are for PG&E. It's a very personal and immediate experience. We have recently moved out of that townhouse into a multifamily and apartment home community, basically, which provides restricted access charge point stations. There are not too many of them on the property. They do not appear on the charge point map, which means that they're only available to those of us residents. However, there are a lot of EV owners at that property. And what it means for me is that I have to wait to get a spot at a charging station. And then it takes, if I go from say 40% to 90% in my car, that takes about 5 hours. Currently, it's about $1 an hour, which is not bad at all. It's huge savings compared to gasoline, but there's a time issue. The irony to this is that as an apartment renter right now, I am assigned a 1-car detached garage. That means that safety of my car is pretty much assured. I can park it in there anytime. There is an outlet in there, but it's on the ceiling. So that means that I would have to perform some, pretty good Cirque du Soleil moves to get my car charged every night. I am not qualified to do Cirque du Soleil moves, so I can't do that. And I spoke to the residents, the leasing office about that, and they said, no, you absolutely cannot charge in the garage. I'm not really sure why. I'm sure that's why they put it on the ceiling, so that they can't have people charging. It doesn't make any sense to me, because you can put an outlet at a reachable place so that people can charge and then bill them for it, even if the garage is detached, right? That there's no reason for that. And so basically that would then, for those people who are not assigned a garage, that would give them easier access to a charging station. So to me, it just makes absolutely no sense to have a detached garage with no capability for charging. The other point I wanted to raise, two other points to raise. So my understanding, after speaking to one of our club members who actually worked on one of the Tesla batteries, the cell batteries, and I figure a battery cell engineer is probably the best person to talk to about how to take care of your battery. He said supercharging all the time at that high level, that high speed of charging, is not ideal for the car, for the battery. It will over time degrade the battery faster than if you trickle charge it, right? Because of the way that the technology currently works. So this is another reason that I think needs to be raised and considered when we provide slower charging stations for everybody who needs them. And the other point is Wi-Fi. We have not considered the access to Wi-Fi, which is with these cars, Tesla and some of the other ones, of course, is over-the-air updates. When I was in my townhouse, again, I had Wi-Fi right there in the house. My car could update without me even knowing about it, right? If I wanted to. Now, my car's crying because it can't update. So I need to go figure out, I don't know how I'm going to make the next update because there's no Wi-Fi in the garage. And again, in a place like that with electricity, you can set up Wi-Fi. Now, granted, I know for charging situations that do not include some kind of enclosed space, that's a more difficult thing. But for those areas that can provide people the opportunity to set up a Wi-Fi point to make those updates, that should also be considered. So I will give the floor to someone else, but thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you, Bridget, for giving us that insight as a Tesla user. It's very useful information. Thank you so much.
Vanessa?
Thank you. I just mostly wanted to flag, since I know you mentioned that the chat is not being monitored officially and that this is being recorded. I just wanted to note that after Mark spoke, that Olga and I and Amir and Brigitte all totally flagged that we agreed with what Mark Geller said, a number of things that he said. So I want to flag that there was a lot of agreement. Also that Olga has agreed with Steve in the way that we have to leapfrog readiness and access because of, and I don't know what Olga means about this, but maybe she can clarify EV R&D. Oh, R&D, I think she means like research and development and manufacturing because it's moving so fast. So there was agreement, and I want to second that as well. I also totally agree with Steve on that. Chris Gagnère also agreed with Mark about separating multifamily hotels and motels. Brigitte totally agreed with Sean Deniston's point about the adapters. And so did Olga, so did Amir. So there's a lot going on in the chat. So I would just like to flag that and say that I join all of those people in agreeing with all of those points. And I don't know if there's some other way for us to, because I understand we have limited time this morning and there's a ton of people that want to speak. So if maybe y'all want to take some, acknowledge that you will take the chat, then I will happily let you do that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
We can save the chat document and then make it an appendix or a.
Yeah, we'll save the chat information and make it available. But the chat was really meant for us to be able to bring in state agency representatives into the conversation with these slides. So yeah, if at all possible, let's refrain from using the chat, and then that folks that so that way folks that are on the phone line only will be able to participate and hear what the conversation is. So thank you so much for that. We have a couple more hands.
Caesar.
Okay.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Thanks again for the opportunity to participate in the session. Just want to, set from ChargePoint on our behalf, just want to echo the spirit of moving towards EV ready, differentiating between multifamily and hotels and motels, very different experiences there. Also, including conversations about coming up with design strategies to include automatic load management systems. And in regards to lower level power two, I would say trying to recommend 40 amps or 20 amps minimum. So I'll just mention those points for now in the interest of time. And thank you all again for everybody in the spirit of this conversation.
Yeah, thank you, Caesar. Yeah, let's try to be brief and precise and concise. I'm saying, sorry. We have a lot of items still that we need to review. So trying to give everybody the opportunity to comment on those items. Thank you so much.
Guy.
Yeah, thank you for, again, the whole session we have here today. Guy Hall of Electric Vehicle Association. With respect to this, I haven't heard any opposition to moving the 10% EV capable to EV ready. So I think we would certainly support that. And that separate question about what level of EV ready is certainly is worthy of a discussion. I think even though the vehicles have increased their range, does not necessarily mean that imply that the charger needs to be faster. Or, in fact, it actually sometimes supports the opposite, that there's enough reserve to not worry about hitting the full recharge every night. So certainly a worthy discussion. I would like to suggest that you form a sub-working group to go after the type of receptacle that should be standardized on, and that to bring in both vehicle manufacturers, EVSE manufacturers, and others that would weigh into this and dive deep into that. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Guy.
Green the church. There's a guest with the name Green the Church with your hand raised. Would you like to speak?
Yes. Hello, my name is Pastor Ambrose Carroll, founder of Green the Church. So thank you all for the opportunity to be on today. I just wanted to speak, again, definitely want to make sure that there are more EV charging stations in inner city urban communities. My wife and I have a Leaf living in West Oakland, and always interesting trying to find ways to charge. We presently rent. And then just as we're looking at commercial, definitely want to stress the use of church on land to also look at ways to make sure that we're implementing as much for all communities as possible. thank you all again. Glad to be on.
Thank you so much. Can you repeat your name so we can get it on the record?
Thank you so much. My name is Reverend Ambrose Carroll, Carroll, and I'll change it in the chat so you can see it as well.
Thank you so much.
Olga?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. Very useful conversation. And I wanted to make two general comments, actually, more so on the principles that are applied in approaching the regulations. And I'm very happy that there are several users of the technology on the call. And I think that very important to understand how people are using EV stations and walk the walk. So put yourself in the position of that particular user. And multifamily dwellers obviously are having very different experience to the points that were made earlier. So making sure that you're approaching it from that perspective. And also a lot of times when we're solving one environmental issue, we're sort of neglecting some other environmental issues. And I think it's important to solve for several environmental problems at once, or at least try to as much as possible. So the question that I so eagerly jumped on and said that I would love to have a charging station in my garage, in my personal garage, from the material use and intensity of resources, clearly that's not the best solution probably. So I think that it's important to approach those questions from sort of multitude of issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Olga.
Mark?
Yes, thank you. One just very quick point to sort of tie a little bow around something Steve said and what Bridget said, which is that I think there's still a need for us to understand the value of low power, whether it's low power level 2 or what we're really not talking about, level 1, but is a significant issue because so many people actually use level 1. And which is the mistaken impression that because cars have bigger and bigger batteries, that at home you need faster charging. Whereas in fact, the opposite is true, because just because you have a car with a bigger battery doesn't mean your daily commute or your drive to church or whatever is longer. And so in fact, what we find is that people with bigger batteries often simply charge at level 1 because their battery never gets very depleted, except when they're on a long distance trip, in which case they can't charge at home anyway. And just want to flag what Bridget said in the chat, which was that between the choice of the faster charging at the place she lives now, where she has to go to a shared charger, versus simply having access to a 120 volt plug in her own garage, she would choose the access to a 120 volt plug in her own garage. And I think we need to understand how people use, how people actually charge the car. And I kind of put out a challenge to Steve Douglas, is I have for 10 years been attempting to get from the car manufacturers the data on how people actually charge their cars. What percentage of times people do they plug in at 120 volts, 240 volts, 480 volts, and how much power? And if we had that data, which the car makers do have, we would understand better the extent to which level 1 even, or low power, serves the needs. And because there are so many other benefits to low power, better for the grid, better for the batteries, et cetera, we could move forward in an informed way as we give resources to charging and make policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark.
Craig?
Yes, thank you. I'm generally quite aligned with Mark Geller, but the need for level 2 charging goes well beyond the need for any individual car. You have to think about it from a grid level, and people who charge level 1, basically they're just going to plug in and kind of be doing stupid charging, which means charging at times of day when you do not want to put any more stress on the grid. So level 1 charging, if everybody just did that, EVs would be creating massive havoc to the grid. And I'm going to put an article into the chat that colorfully illuminates this with some charts, and hopefully helps Mark and others understand how disastrous that would actually be. And as an EV driver for the last 10 years and 100% EV driving in my household, I can tell you that it's important when you need to charge, you need to charge. And people are increasingly going to want to do that from the convenience of their own home to get fast charging. And you're going to want to do it when it's going to be most beneficial to the grid and when electricity rates are the cheapest, which is, in the middle of the day and mostly on the weekends. And so as the batteries get bigger, you don't have to charge nearly as often. You don't have to go through the hassle of plugging your car in every time you roll in the driveway. You can just charge once a week on a Sunday, middle of the day, which is when it is by far the most beneficial to the grid and by far the cheapest time to charge a vehicle.
Okay, thank
and
you.
I will put the link to that article into the chat.
Okay, any more comments? I'd like to potentially move. Let's speak.
One more.
One more comment, and then we're gonna have to move on to the next agenda item because we have like 12 of them. Thank you.
Rebecca, and I don't think we met you in the roll call this morning, so please introduce yourself and let us know if you're representing somebody or just yourself.
Hi, yes, my name is Rebecca Lucky. I'm just representing myself. I live in a multi-family apartment complex. It's about probably 60 apartments. We park in a carport kind of area. It's in Sunnyvale in the Bay Area. And I just want to share maybe from the last comment, but I'm a working mother. I've got elementary school children. And I wanted to do the right thing. I bought a Nissan Leaf and didn't have charging at my complex and was really saddled with a whole lot of inconvenience, a lot of kids playing in the parking area of EV chargers in busy shopping centers. And it just really didn't work for our family. I tried to work with our property owner. They did not want us to install it, or they wanted us to pay for that whole burden of installing it on a property we don't own. And so it got so bad that we basically returned our Nissan Leaf back to the dealer. Even the dealer told us, like, if we don't have at-home charging, that we shouldn't buy the car. And we did, still to try it out for 2 years. So basically, yeah, for 2 years of our family life, it was really disrupted because we didn't have at-home charging. Also, it was really expensive. So I was able to kind of throw a cord over and kind of jockey for parking along the street until we were told we couldn't do that anymore. But during that period of time where we were allowed to, it was actually super cheap. I did the math because we had a Prius and then we had the Nissan Leaf. By having no charging, we had to rely on fast chargers. Fast chargers are more expensive. It was costing us more than driving the Prius. And so when I was able to use a level 1 charging, like just the regular household plug outlet, we saved a ton of money. Even so, we did it overnight. We were able to get on a PG&E rate that also kind of helped with the rates as well. So we noticed a real difference in cost savings. And so I guess what I'm just trying to emphasize is, not everyone is in the same situation. If you don't have small kids, if you're a single woman who's trying to charge in the middle of the night at some like unshaded, unlighted area, it's just not thinking about what everyone else needs. And while I think it's great that some people can take that time to do it, maybe if my kids were grown, it wouldn't be such a stressful kind of situation. but it really does matter. And I would also just say that I really did think that we needed level 2 charging, but we really got by a lot on the level 1 charging, because when I was able to do that level 1 charging overnight, it was just, the ability to even charge 40% of our battery was just helpful. Like there was times where I wasn't sure if we were going to make it to school or if I was going to make it home because, had no juice, couldn't use some other chargers. So I just, again, want to say that it's important, and that, people in my complex are choosing not to buy a vehicle, even though they can afford it, because they want the at-home charging, but it's just not there. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca, for that information.
This is Emily Withers. Thank you, Enrique, for allowing the time for our stakeholders to express their concerns and provide their recommendations. I didn't read all the questions, but I think we answered most of them except the last one, which had to do with should HCD adjust triggers for parking facility alterations or expansions. And this is a new provision for existing facilities that we put in. But since I know we're out of time, can the stakeholders who have comments on this send you their comments to chat? Is that
Yeah,
the
that'd
best?
be great. Chat, or they can also send it to our email list and provide feedback on that.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Enrique, do you think they can send it to the box as well?
Yeah, that's the idea. We're gonna this information, we're gonna make it available for viewing in the DSA box. That's kind of the idea behind it, is to be able to have that information available. So we will do that. At this time, let's do this. Let's take a 5-minute break. Then we will come back and we're gonna then take it from the top, which is gonna be, let's see. And we're gonna have to go through these pretty fast, folks. Unfortunately, there's a lot of information here and a lot of discussion to be had. So we're gonna take it from the top, agenda item 5A. So let's go on a break and we'll be back at, let's see, what's a good time?
55.
Yes, 10:55.
10:55.
Thank you so much, appreciate it.
Well, I paused recording. I want to share the break slide.
Okay, so what do I do here? I stopped the video.
Enrique, you should mute.
Okay.
Enrique?
Yes.
Hey, this is Raymer. I have to split now and go to an ICC conference.
Okay.
So I'll catch up with you later.
Okay, thank you, Bob, for your
Have a good one.
participation. Appreciate it. Bye-bye. Okay, good morning, folks. We're back and we're live. So yeah, thank you. We're gonna proceed to agenda item 5A. So this is one of the agenda items that was commented on by Philip Kobernick, and is pertaining to develop appropriate determination for power levels based on actual daily charging needs done scientifically with metrics. So we have added two links here that were provided by Philip. And I guess at this point, I'd like to ask if there's any additional reports or studies that determine the need of a typical EV driver. We've heard from users, which is very valuable. And then basically just wanted to know if there's any thoughts or on this specific suggestion. Philip, do you want to just briefly discuss this report? If you want to do a high level kind of overview of those two available references, that'd be great.
Yes, happy to. I'll do so in less than 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay, great.
So the part of the questions going into this were, what are the daily energy needs needed to satisfy EV drivers? And then what percent of daily energy needs are the codes seeking to satisfy? 75%, 90%, 95%. So are kind of two separate questions that I think would be interesting for the group to weigh in on. And then for daily energy needs, the way Peninsula Clean Energy thinks about it, and I'll be very brief here, is, we think about, I use the hot tub metaphor to describe EV charging in terms of coming up with daily energy needs. So like hot tubs can come in different sizes. Some are small, some are big and need a lot more water. But on a day-to-day basis, most people are just adding in, a little bit of water. Some has evaporated. And that's true, whether you have a small tub or a big tub, you're just adding in a little bit of water. And so do people want to pay thousands of dollars to redo their plumbing? Most people don't. Maybe some early hot tub adopters wanted to do that and pay a lot of money. But for the most part, people use a hose, right? And I think there's a parallel here with EV charging on how people use their car every day. And of course, you can have much more sophisticated solutions, but most people don't want to pay for that. So that's kind of the context of these questions from my perspective. Now, there are two reports here on EV charging. The bottom one with this, I think, Zenodo link, that comes from the Center for Sustainable Energy and Fourth Mobility. So they did a report that looked at 500,000 charge sessions and multifamily charging across 11 states. And then they found that the average, so these are all L2 network chargers, and they found the average measured daily energy needs was about 18 kilowatt hours per day based on those data. And the cars on average were plugged in for about 12.2 hours. That's average plug duration time. But of course, it's not charging that whole time. The average charge duration was about 3 hours, but it's plugged in for 12.2 hours. So it shows an L2 charge basically has 4x more, it's plugged in 4 times more than it is actually charging. And for those same energy needs, you're talking about 9 to 13 hours of an L1 charge based on those types of daily energy needs. So 9 to 13 is a range because Teslas can actually charge all the way up to 16 amps on a level 1 charge, but other EVs cannot. So there's a little bit of a range. But based on that energy recorded in that CSE Fourth Mobility, 9 to 13 hours on an L1 charge, 3 hours on an L2 charge for 18 kilowatt hours per day. The other report is a Peninsula Clean Energy report done with Clear Result. They did a commute travel-based analysis. So it's using ACS data, or American Community Surveys data, if folks are familiar with those data sets. It looked at San Mateo, Santa Clara, and Fresno areas. If folks are familiar, these are called PUMAs, the public area data. I'm now forgetting what it stands for, but it's like census tract level data. And so this was looking at what level of power management we could do to meet the average daily needs. And so it looked at distance, how far people are driving every day for their commutes, and how long that they were back home, like what time they came and what time they left. So that looked at dwell times. And so what this report found is that 1.65 kilowatts, and the reason we said 1.65 kilowatts is because that's 4 cars splitting a 6.6 kilowatt circuit. So in level 2 power management, instead of just 1 car on an L2 6.6 kilowatt circuit, you're putting 4 with power management. That leads to 1.65 kilowatts. And that meets the needs of 94% of daily energy needs from commuters across those different types of communities, suburban, a little bit more urban, and then more rural. Now, in some of these census tracts, that number did drop to about 80% of needs satisfied on a specific one, but the average is 94, and even 80%. If you're meeting the needs of 80% of folks, I think that's a pretty good solution. But again, the average is 94. If you increase it to 2.2 kilowatts, so that's 3 cars splitting a 6.6 kW, which is a 40 amp 208 to 240 volt circuit. So that's 3 cars when you were originally just putting 1 on one of those circuits. That's 2.2 kilowatts. That meets the needs of 99% of drivers. That's the average. You're talking like nearly 30 kilowatt hours of energy overnight, and that's basically universal once you increase it from 1.65 to 2.2. So both those reports are data sets are data points I think are interesting. Very interested to hear also if other folks have studies or have looked into this or can cite other things. Would be very keen on learning that as well. And thanks, Enrique.
Philip, and just for clarity, these reports here and studies were mostly for housing, right? Multifamily type housing.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
So the second one, that CSC Fourth Mobility, that was exclusively charging data from chargers at multifamily dwelling. The first one, the ACS based data, that's just for community level data. It does regardless of where you live. It was looking at commute patterns and dwell times, and it's like, regardless of where you live in these census tracts, this is the amount of energy people would consume on a, like how many gallons of gas do people use on average per day? That's what it was getting at.
Okay, thank you, Phil, for that clarification. Do we have any comments regarding agenda item 5A?
Mark has his hand raised.
Thank you very much. Simply to say, Philip's data is incredibly important. And one of the solutions that he offers is, or that he mentions, is the load management in that case. But there is a question, of course, with load management in multifamily housing, which is who pays? Is it the driver who pays? Is it the building who pays? Should the utility perhaps pay for that service, since the utility arguably is the biggest beneficiary? But the other thing that the data points to is that if 2.2 kilowatts gets 95% of the people what they need daily, whether you do it with a load management system or you do it, for example, directly to the unit's own meter, serves the same purpose. And it serves the purposes of the grid, of having a lower charge, lower demand. So I just want to say, Philip's data really needs to be understood from the point of view of drivers and property managers who have to make a choice whether or not they're going to get involved in how they're going to get involved in EV charging in their locations. And again, let me just say what I said before, which is if the OEMs would provide us with the data of how people actually have been charging their cars for 10 years, it will help us understand going forward what we ought to be doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it.
Steve?
Hi, thanks. And maybe CARB will address with this when they speak, but I mean, it sounds like if this is the data we're using, none of the requirements that CARB is proposing are necessary. increasing the charge rate on vehicles, providing convenience chargers. Those all add costs that drivers will have to bear. And it doesn't sound like there's any need for that based on what you're saying. Is that accurate? And again, maybe CARB has studies as to why they're imposing and they're increasing the requirements, not decreasing them. So maybe they have some data on that. And to Mark's point, there's a lot of data out there on charging. There's even more if CARB's regulations go through that will be on the vehicle that can be downloaded from the vehicle in terms of how much off-vehicle charging, how much propulsion energy is used, and things like that. So there'll be a wealth of data.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
James?
Hey guys, I'm James Fry from 2050 Partners, supporting the IOUs and their codes and standards program. During the most recent triennial code cycle, the California statewide utility codes and standards team submitted 2 reports during the public comment period. One was focused on light duty and the other focused on medium and heavy duty. On the light duty report, section 6.5 provides some data that is relevant to this agenda item, including trends in average daily commute times and miles. We also show in our table 6 that the estimated number of EV travel capacity in miles is based on the number of charging hours at different power levels. So that table may be also helpful in the decision process. We're also developing a cost model focused on light duty charging applications to help with code development decisions. We're looking at modeling the cost implications of new construction versus retrofit for different building types, including multifamily, office, and retail, and then different EV charging space configurations, including EV ready, EV installed, and using load management. We look forward to sharing with CARB, BSC, and HCD and other stakeholders as this report gets developed. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Are you able to provide the links, or and you guys don't have to do that right now, but you can email us those links, and so we can have access to those reports? That would be fantastic.
Yeah, I'd be happy to put them in the chat as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Joshua?
Yeah, thank you. I will be kind of providing more details when we get to Enrique's agenda and on the convenience core, but I wanted to respond to Steve's points. He's right on the requirements that we proposed. We had our first board item last week. We'll have our second board item later this summer. We are requiring higher charge capability for level 2 by the vehicles themselves. And that intent is to ensure that there's flexibility for the driver to be able to charge at various applications in public charging or home charging arrangements. So the vehicle has the capacity to handle higher power levels to be able to refuel within a 4-hour period. But we're also proposing that the convenience cord have the capability to tune down the amperage levels so that the cord itself can support lower power usage at different housing arrangements, particularly multifamily dwellings where there may be low power level 2 circuits, because we know that those circuits are maybe common in different housing arrangements. And so I think we're trying to ensure that the requirements on the vehicle have the capacity to handle up to certain power levels, so the driver can take advantage of higher power cases when they need to get a fuel fast, but in housing arrangements where there's a possibility of having slower charge over a longer period of time to support the building load needs, that the convenience cord can handle that too. But I can provide more details on the cord set requirements once I get to that part of the agenda.
Great. Thank you, Joshua, for that input.
No more hands.
Okay, great. Okay, seeing that there's no more hands, I'm going to move on to agenda 5B. So this was pertaining to suggestions that were regarding the EV for employees based on long dwell times. And we're wanting to know, what does this mean? Does this mean to provide more charging opportunities at workplace locations? And then we also want to know what the difference is between workplace parking based on use, office buildings versus retail versus industrial employee parking. So then also how to designate between employee versus customer in these facilities, potentially like retail facilities. And then the other question we had is how to monitor or police the use of employee-only parking. So I'm hoping that you folks can provide us some feedback so we can just better understand this suggested topic.
Here we go.
Okay,
Mark?
Well, if no one else will start, I will start. Happy to. I think we need to recognize that non-residential construction is most importantly employee, is a place where someone works, and that serving the needs of employees should be our top concern. And that when it comes to employees, you are almost always talking about a long dwell time driver. Which means, one, they can be served well with lower power, which is good for the grid, good for a whole bunch of reasons. Most particularly, perhaps, as we go forward in California, important in that it will, it has the possibility of sucking up all that excess solar energy that is being produced, be it hopefully in a decentralized fashion locally at that workplace, or however, there is at times an excess of solar electricity available, and cars charging at work slowly is a really great way to utilize that energy. Yes, there are some non-residential locations that serve a diverse demographic. In other words, while I believe the most important folks to serve are employees, and that employees, it ought to be really easy and low cost for employees to plug in a car. There are also obviously folks who come to use the shopping center for a short time, or go for a doctor's appointment for an hour or two. And perhaps those people would like access to some charging. Perhaps it would be best if it was a slightly higher level 2 charging. But I think we do also need to recognize that those folks are likely to have come from not very far. And that I think the experience in California has shown us that monetized charging at shopping centers is not terribly well utilized, because if you live 20 or 30, even 40, 50 miles from a shopping mall that you are using, you are not going to pay 2 to 3 times the cost of electricity at home while you are shopping, except for the first couple of times after you get your car and you're excited to be able to plug it in at work. And I think it's part of the reason that we see the proliferation of the free charging model that Volta, for example, has pioneered at retail locations. And they are obviously very well utilized because everyone loves free stuff. And so people will use those charging stations, while the monetized charging stations often sit empty. And that while we have talked about, sort of having charging available for folks who are desperately in need of a charge, that is not a, that's not 1% of the folks who are going to these places. And so again, just to summarize, I think we need to recognize that long dwell time employees should be our priority as we consider this. How to differentiate that kind of parking, I don't know. I'm not sure if it's the responsibility of BSC to do that. I will let others talk now. Thank you.
So, Mark, thank you for that. Just a quick question on that. So when you said low power, are you talking, explain low power, just so I understand.
Well, I think what I'm saying is that it is a really bad idea to have the only charging available at a place where someone who is a worker uses it, to have their car charge fully before the end of the workday. In other words, if what you consider is, oh, they can just move their car and share the charging, that's a really bad solution. Like their manager, the business owner, does not want them to say, wait, I got to go run outside now because my car is in the parking lot and it's just, I got to notice that it's full. And if I leave it charging now, I will be penalized $10 an hour because I'm supposed to give it up for somebody else. That's why the kind of slow charging that we advocate also at multifamily housing is, it's a perfect match. If you have sort of slower charging, whether it's low power level 2, as we have been basically advocating for, or even recognizing the value of, as Philip just did, of even level 1, it really solves the needs of those workers without burdening the employer and without burdening probably the grid as well.
Okay, and that, Mark, that you're talking like EV ready?
Yeah, I mean, look, I would be very happy if every employer put out, weather solid outlets for people. It could be charging stations. I mean, there are various ways, obviously, to solve the problems, but I think the important point is recognizing it's long dwell time. We want employees to switch to electric cars, and the way to make that possible is to offer low cost, reliable, long dwell time parking at their workplace and at their home.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Appreciate it.
Vanessa?
Thank you. First, I just really want to thank you for bringing this issue up. It's funny, Mark just said that, because what I was going to share with you were a couple of specific concrete examples that might help illustrate what he's describing. First of all, so I used to work as a contractor for NVIDIA in Santa Clara. I, at the time, drove a small battery EV, the little 500E Fiat. And I was in exactly that position. I had to run out, like at the time we didn't even have an alert, but I had to sort of keep an eye on the parking lot, move my car, leave meetings. It was incredibly disruptive, but I needed that access precisely because I had a small battery in my car. When I later moved to driving a Bolt with a larger battery, that kind of desperation was no longer an issue for me. I also wanted to mention that, and Guy, I think, has his hand up, so he will probably talk about this. There's a paper that's going to be coming out about dwell time and matching policy to dwell time. But I also wanted to mention to some of Craig's points about, I don't think low power necessarily equals dumb power. There are solutions that provide managed lower power. And my husband's company is currently, they had so many employees that were driving EVs that were asking that they formed a committee at the company. They met with the landlord of the building that the company rents or leases, and they are now planning to put in outlets. And what they have decided to makes the most sense for their employees is exactly what Mark is talking about, which is lower power, but they've been looking at solutions. I think Orange Charger is one of the vendors that they're looking at. I believe there's another one as well. And those offer managed charging, but at a lower voltage so that it's less expensive to the building. They don't have to bring in as much power. They can still manage the load, and they take advantage of the long dwell times. And I will also say his company does manufacturing and research and design. So they have people there that are there 24 hours a day. So let's keep in mind too, that not all employee charging happens between 9 and 5. A lot of it in distribution centers, et cetera, might happen when there's not solar on the grid. So we have to keep that in mind as well. And then lastly, I want to just point out, part of the reason I'm so excited that you're bringing this up is that a lot of the problems that we have with existing multifamily housing that doesn't have access to charging can, in some cases, be at least mitigated, if not solved, by providing more employee-based charging. So if somebody lives in an older apartment that doesn't have access to charging, but works somewhere where they can count on it, that might be enough to convince them to make the switch because that's reliable. And again, in the same way that we think every unit in multifamily housing should have access to power, we think that every employee, if they're in a brand new building with brand new parking, every employee should have access to some level of charging. Thank you again.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Michelle?
Hi. I usually agree 100% with Mark Geller, but he said something about the retail situation, about not the DC fast not being utilized, and I have to completely disagree. Every large retail shopping center should have some form of charging, hopefully a combination, level 1, level 2 for employees, and also the DC fast, because for those of us that don't have charging at home, that is where a lot of us charge our cars, and it's nice to have the something to do while the car is charging, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And also while traveling, that is what I use the most, is retail centers, because it's usually the safest place to charge, especially late at night. I'm not sure if I misinterpreted what Mark said, but DC fast is 100% necessary in large retail centers.
Thank you.
Alex?
Yeah, hi, Alex Chase, 2050 Partners, supporting California IOUs. Just wanted to make a quick comment. I think this is a really important issue, but want to note that currently the California Building Code does not make a distinction between employee and customer parking. So I think if we move forward in this direction, this group will need to think about how to do that in a way that's clear and enforceable, doesn't create unintended consequences. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Appreciate that. Good point.
Guy?
Excuse me. So there are a lot of things that we've learned over the last 10 years of piloting EV charging infrastructure for the workplace. So one of those is where we initially started with level 2. We, as Mark was indicating, that really provided more power than was necessary for an employee's workday. And what happened is, when initially it was great, it drove a lot of EV adoption. And in fact, our friends at CARB can probably support this with their own experience on site. Well, it drove a lot of that, a lot of EV adoption and supported that. It turned into congestion, so that people were having to share, or to be able to utilize the infrastructure effectively, forced sharing of the parking spaces. And the idea of having to break up in the middle of the day, leave your meeting, move your car into space, and later in the day, make a similar trip to move the car out of the space, is just disruptive to not only the employees, but the organization. Just to put some real examples on this, excuse me, the manager, leader at a large, I'd say several thousand employee organization, was providing a session, a review of their EV parking and charging strategies and the EV program. In the middle of that presentation, he had to excuse himself while he went out to have to move his car out of his parking space so that another person could use that charging space. A similar one was a student from the university that said, I have 3 choices when I bring my car to charge. It's wonderful that the charging infrastructure here, but I can't get enough charging after the end of my first class to be able to make it home. So if I wait till my next break for after the following class, I risk a citation because I've been at the space too long. So if I get enough to get home and avoid the citation, I have to miss 15 minutes out of my class that's sort of in between there. And he said he's dealing with it, but it's not very optimal. The most extreme example I ran into, by the way, was from my own wife, who's a labor and delivery nurse. And I described what the hospital was planning to do on their charging infrastructure to be able to share that among many cars. She hit me over the head just about saying, you expect me to tell this woman to stop pushing while I go out and move my car? So matching that charging with the the employees' natural dwell time is probably, again, a focus that we want to make. And there's several ways to do that, as has been mentioned with low level 2, level 1, shared load management systems. Again, but the simply just throwing out level 2s just will build initial adoption, but lead you into congestion and then try to manage that's a problem. Anyway, thank you for your comment.
Yeah, thank you, Guy. And just in the interest of time, we really like the story sharing, and that brings perspective, but let's try to be very concise and to the point, because I have a feeling we're going to run out of time. So let's run through a couple more of these, or I don't know how many we have, but let's try to make these concise, and then we'll move forward. Thanks so much.
John?
Yes, this is John Hart with Powerflex. So one solution to a lot of what's been brought up is adaptive or automated load management. One of the services we provide, we try to target long dwell time sites, because at these sites we're able to manage load, not just reducing load across chargers. Some chargers might get full power, while others you can reduce down however low you want. And we're able to install a lot more chargers this way without needing to install new infrastructure, new distribution infrastructure on the site. And then we're able to charge across the cars according to each driver's needs. We're at a lot of sites like hospitals, where before they had doctors running out to their cars between surgeries to try and move them, where now we're able to have enough charging and then just manage charging between them. So I think that should be definitely considered as an alternative at these sites with long dwell times, where you can still have a lot of chargers, still provide energy, or you can still meet energy needs for the drivers in a low cost way.
Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it.
Philip?
Thanks. I dropped in to the chat a link to Peninsula Clean Energy's design guidelines. So we've done a lot of thinking on power management and power levels for applications like workplace charging. But we've thought about a number of different types of use cases. And essentially what this means is, what is the minimum power level that should be utilized under power management for these types of settings? And so for workplace, our typical minimum is somewhere between 2.2 and 3-ish kilowatts, depending on exactly what the situation is, but somewhere in that range. And the goal here is to get folks at least 25 kilowatt hours over an 8-hour day. Again, so people don't have to move. I agreed with all those comments. So I would encourage folks to take a look at that guidance. And again, the point of power management is, instead of providing one charge point at 40 amps, where folks have to move it every couple hours for you to serve multiple EVs, you put 3 on the same circuit. So you're able to 3x the number of charge points that you can do without increasing your capacity. And 3x starts to become pretty big numbers when you're talking about putting in 3 or 4 stations, and now you can do 12. And then folks can stay plugged in there all day. So we've thought about those minimum power levels, and then by different dwell times, and I put that link in the chat. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Phil. Appreciate it.
Rebecca?
Thank you. So I'll make my comments really brief, but I just want to overall, I think what would be great is if we kind of keep the issue of at-home charging and at workplace charging kind of as separate. And the reason for that is really the affordability of electric vehicles. So for those who can afford the bigger battery, that's great. But for those who can't, they're still going to need both the workplace charging and at-home charging probably to get by. And then I wouldn't want to forget people who are self-employed, like contractors, house cleaners, landscapers. So again, just the importance of at-home charging in a workplace is not necessarily a substitute, but it is definitely something that's needed. And then I would just lastly point out that DC fast chargers break a lot. That was my issue, again, with no at-home charging and relying on them. And guess what? you know, a lot of these shopping centers, they'll leave them down forever. Like no one's really motivated to go fix them. So then you're then scrambling again to try to find another charger.
Okay, thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Olga?
Just quickly, a couple points that not all the workplaces are made equal. Obviously, we have some business districts. I worked in the Oakland city government for a while. So, you know, what Rebecca just mentioned, also a lot of people who are coming to a street with multitudes of small businesses, how to provide charging stations there and not just in the big department sort of store mega businesses, you know, the parking lots. I think that has to be on the agenda, especially if we're talking about equity and accessibility. And another thing, as we're electrifying not just the grid, but, you know, in the city of Oakland, for example, we passed a law that prohibits use of fossil fuel powered garden equipment. So a lot of gardeners switching their equipment to electric, how to incorporate the ability for them to access charging not only their vehicles, but also the equipment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dean?
Hi, you have two really quick points. For about 5 years, I didn't charge at work, even though I could because of the penalties. So I do like the idea of the longer dwell times. And then another idea that really hasn't been implemented at work, but should be, is to have kind of two separate lots, one for low income residents who can't really charge at home. They could have a simple key card to open up a gate to get to a special, you know, workplace lot. We could be a lot more creative with workplace charging to kind of have different use cases and really meet equity needs. Thank you.
Thank you.
No more hands raised.
Okay, great. Moving on swiftly to the next agenda item, which is agenda item 5C. And this one is related pretty much to what we've been talking about. So I don't know that we'll spend a lot of time on this one. It's basically what is talking about the EV ready and low power level 2 for non-residential sites. We've already gotten a lot of input on this. So one question that we did have is EV ready question mark. And this is electric vehicle ready space definition, which is similar to HCD. It's currently codified. And then we also talked about questions for power requirements, low power level 2, the charger that's 208, 240, 20 amp minimum branch circuit with a receptacle. This is similar to HCD, that's the question. And then how to regulate the receptacles, for example, non-EV drivers using receptacles for personal use, and then who pays for power usage in these you know, EV ready spaces where you can just park and then plug your cord set to an outlet. So those are some of the questions. I'd love to hear some of the suggestions, you know, some comments or responses to these questions. Thank you so much.
Vanessa?
Thank you. We had some questions, and I apologize if you just answered this, Enrique, but sorry, I'm just looking at my notes and they just vanished. Let me pull them back up. Did you say that we weren't quite clear. Are you asking about EVSE and EV ready receptacles?
So, yeah, the specific question is this: is there benefit? We're hearing this from the discussions today of providing EV ready receptacles in non-residential facilities for long dwell times.
Got it.
And then currently HCD has a definition for EV ready, and they have a definition for low power level 2. Would there be benefit in proposing similar regulations for non-residential as HCD has done so for multifamily housing.
Got it.
That's basically the question here. And then the other question is, how are those receptacles going to be regulated and monitored, and who pays for the usage of the power?
Got it. Okay. So thank you. I super appreciate that clarification. I think you're going to hate me, but I'm going to actually just throw in other questions that I think will help to guide the way you think about those questions, which is who is ultimately being served by the infrastructure. And as we sort of talked about a little earlier in the conversation, when we were talking about the difference between multifamily housing and hotel housing, housing, I just want to posit, in the same way that there is different code for non-residential and residential, in the same way that there is different code for single family and townhomes versus multifamily housing. I don't know if this is possible, but having the CALGreen EV code be differentiated based on the approximate percentage of long versus short dwell time. So for instance, a shopping mall has approximately 90% short dwell time customers and approximately 10% long dwell time employees. And we got some of these numbers right during the pandemic because we understood sort of who was an essential worker and how much space they were using for ventilation. So that data is now available, and maybe we can use it for parking. Similarly, a factory or a distribution center is going to be, vast, like 10% short dwell time visitors, with the vast majority going to be long dwell time employees. So I'm just wondering if that can be part of your thinking to incorporate what we were just discussing about dwell time into the code making process. I also want to flag the difference between typically low wage workers and high wage workers. So if you've got employees who are, and also to flag that there's kind of a new reality because of COVID, where you have maybe the high wage workers are now only working 1 or 2 days a week in their office buildings, and those buildings are being sort of shedding a bunch of that load onto the housing, versus typically lower wage workers who are required to go be at work, in which case those are long dwell times at work. So just wanting those to be factored in, and also then the equity angle. If you've got typically low wage workers at work, we need to be providing them with, typically lower cost and ubiquitous charging, so to accommodate for the fact that they may or may not, but probably more likely than not, don't have it at home. And we want to be able to have that the electric revolution be accessible to everybody at an approximately equitable cost. And then lastly, just looking at low power, because cost is always an issue. If you can't have a nuanced code policy, then can we at least put super low power into the mix, because it is always the cheapest.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Mark?
Oh, yeah. So just a couple of quick points. One, there are vendors who who can monetize receptacles. So if the question is, could you have a monetized receptacle in a commercial location? The answer is yes. But I think what we also need to understand is that the last time I checked the data, the overwhelming majority of workplaces gave power free as a perk to their employees. And if the power that you are offering is low enough, the amount of power that you are giving an employee is going to be, anything from 50 cents to maybe $1.50 a day. And that's well within the sort of parameters of what one might expect an employer to offer as a perk. Obviously, different parking situations, this can be a little bit complicated, but I do think that we should understand again that people love free stuff. and free stuff will make EV drivers, particularly of perhaps low-wage workers who hold on to their cars as long as they can, and we want to incent their getting electric vehicles. So interestingly, oftentimes offering free charging is lower cost to the host, the business, than paying for a system to monetize that charging. And so there is a possibility that, you know, I mean, I don't know that that BSC should codify it, but, you know, like ubiquitous free level 1 or very low power level 2 charging at places where people work would be awesome. And recognizing that there are some folks who might need more charging or shorter term visitors, you know, monetized level 2 charging would handle that 5% or whatever it is that need more power. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. If you can provide any information or data regarding, you know, what you've said regarding property owners' willingness to provide free power as an incentive, any of the data that backs up those statements would be fantastic.
Sure, and I'll bet,
gathering.
yeah, absolutely, and I'll bet Joshua or somebody else actually has that data pretty much in hand.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Okay.
One more hand.
One more hand. Let's go.
Guy?
This quick one, just that there is a case study right here in Sacramento at the CARB facilities that be worthwhile to ask for a summary of what their experience was when they provided free charging in the parking garage adjacent to the building. So if we could gather some of that and use that as input, how effective it was and what the learnings were.
That would be really helpful. Yes. Thank you, Guy. Appreciate it.
2 more hands.
2 more hands.
Olga.
Very quickly, just to add to what Mark was saying, that it's very important to work with the local business improvement districts, as we talked about the difference between big shopping centers and local small business associations. I think they could be an enormous resource in providing and collaborating with to provide low cost or free charging stations for their employees and customers. And they also carry a lot of weight with local governments, obviously advocating for small businesses. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Noelani.
Hi, folks. Noelani Derrickson at Tesla. Apologies, I had to jump off for another meeting, so I missed the A and B. So I'll just keep my comments really brief on those points. So for multi-unit dwellings, Tesla supports providing access to EV charging at each MUD unit. This had been previously discussed during the last code cycle, and we definitely think this should be a priority for conversation and code development during this intervening code cycle. And this charging access should be ideally level 2 at 40 amps, but at a minimum of low power level 2 at 20 amps. This is key to minimize range anxiety, provide sufficient charging levels, and really, we feel, allow for a full transition over to electric vehicles. On B, we absolutely support expanded access to charging in workplace locations. We think this should also be a priority code development for this interim code cycle, and we appreciate a lot of the stakeholder comments that have come up trying to think through what charging level is appropriate in those longer dwell times. So looking forward to developing that code. I did also want to comment that use of automated load management systems we feel is a very important tool, and it should be allowed, but not mandated. And then for C, as has been discussed already, non-residential buildings range significantly in terms of dwell times and how many individuals will be customers versus employees. So I appreciate the effort to evaluate the different building types and dwell times and customers and employees for those specific building types, but I think it's going to be important to ensure that there is compliance flexibility. And then on the payment component, we think it's important that who pays should be determined by the building owner and perhaps the charging provider, and should not it's not appropriate to be built into building code, but it is worthy absolutely of a discussion here. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Noelani. Okay.
No other hands.
Okay, great. I can move on to, let's move on to agenda item 5D, and let's see. Oh, this is regarding signage. So these are all kind of related. This is, you know, I believe as we consider some of these EV options for long dwell times, this would be come into play basically. You know, this is something that's currently, I believe, codified in the HCD's regs now. So my question was just, is the intent to have a similar definition for these EV ready spaces, signage for these EV ready spaces? And then the only other question I had was kind of like location. What does that location look like? Where would these signs be located on a parking lot? So that was just a basic question. So related to the one previous, but just we'll spend maybe not even 5 minutes on this one, and then move on.
Vanessa?
Yes, please, more signage. Signage, we know, increases awareness, it increases adoption. Caltrans, as I understand it, does not currently have standards for EV capable and EV ready. They just have sort of standards for EV charging. I would love it if y'all could ask Caltrans to please create standards for EV capable in particular. Somebody asked in the chat, the difference EV ready means you can pull up and literally plug in. That is super critical, especially for places that just have a receptacle, because for people who are considering an EV but don't yet drive one, they probably maybe don't know that that little small, maybe invisible little plug in the corner is actually perfectly capable of, is not just capable, it is ready to charge an EV. Similarly, if the wires are hidden in the walls and there's no signage that says this is an EV capable space, nobody knows. EV capable just means that there's panel capacity and conduit, but there's no actual wires outlet or EV port set available and ready for charge. So pretty please, yes, require signage, especially when it's capable, but in all cases, and ask for standards from Caltrans to make that consistent and ubiquitous.
Thank you, Vanessa. Okay.
Olga?
I want to make 3 main points. I think that the signs, and I think you're probably already incorporating that, should be made in different languages to accommodate access for all. They also, echoing what Vanessa just said, they should be user-friendly and not assuming that people have the knowledge. I think they need to be tested honestly first with users from all walks of life and all dwelling. Yeah, clearly displayed. Also, I'm coming from the experience with the local government. Need to be sort of vandalism protected, I guess. That's another point. So thank you.
Thank you. Any last comments regarding this item?
There are no other hands.
Okay, I'm gonna move on to the next one. At the rate we're moving, folks, just want to let you know, we're probably gonna run about 30 minutes late. If you guys are okay with that, then we'll just continue and see where we land. Moving on to agenda 5E. This is pertaining to CARB's regulation that will take effect in 2026 for the 5.7 kW. There are some updates that Joshua Cunningham will be providing regarding specific rulemaking that they're involved in now regarding this proposal. Joshua, you have the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Enrique. Yeah, I'll be short, provide a summary of what we are proposing. For everybody's background, we're in the middle or near the end of our Advanced Clean Cars 2 vehicle regulation rulemaking process. It would be applicable for model year 2026 vehicles and beyond. We had our first board hearing last week. There's one more opportunity to provide comments, particularly on our cord set part of the requirements in the middle of the summer when we release a 15-day comment period document. And then we'll be proposing our final changes to the board in likely August. So that's our process. The charging cord proposal that we have in that rulemaking is that we are proposing to require that plug-in vehicles have a cord set that is provided with the vehicle at the point of sale, that the cord set have the capacity for both level 1 and level 2 capability. And if the cord set level 2 capability is at a 24 amps or higher minimum design rating, that it has the ability to have a selectable amperage to go down to 16 amps for the cord set to be usable with a 20 amp dedicated low power circuit. So those are the proposals. The goals of what we're doing is that we recognize that automakers are currently providing level 1 cord sets with the vehicles, which is helpful for a lot of drivers as they buy the car and they come home and they make some decisions about whether they want to install a home charger or whether they have the funds to do so. So part of our proposal is to ensure that the automakers continue to provide that cord set with the cars. Some automakers may be making decisions to not do that anymore, and we think it's valuable for the drivers to be able to have a cord set when they get the car. Pushing to the dual power level, we feel is helpful, particularly as we think about the wider demographics, the wider buyer needs as the market expands, where some homeowners, when they buy the vehicle, may not have the funds to pay for a home charger, but they may have access to a level 2 circuit. So those are our motivations for why we're proposing those capacities. As we discussed earlier, the lower power capability for the cord set proposal is to be accommodating for these lower power circuits we recognize may be in the building codes, but we are pushing for at least a 24 amp capacity, but would expect some of the automakers might offer higher amperage capacities and the cord set be UL certified to handle those higher amperages. We are requiring that the cord sets be UL certified for whatever the upper capacity is for the cord set. So I think I'll stop there, but I appreciate the time to kind of share what we're proposing, Enrique. And I think the relevance here for the building code is that if we continue to have low power dedicated 20 amp circuits for either the multifamily dwelling, residential or commercial facilities, we are willing to make that part of our proposal that the cord sets be selectable to go down to that level.
Great. Thank you, Joshua, for that update. Very important information. Does anybody have any comments regarding agenda item 5E?
Mark?
Simply to say how much I support what Joshua has just described, that the cord set have higher amperage, but be capable of going down or going up safely. It sounds like I can't imagine any objection. I just want to say thank you, because you answered all the questions that we had with our initial questions about the 5.7 kW requirement. And I think that requiring cars to be sold with a cord set is super important. So thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
James?
Okay, so we're thrilled about this as well. It's 2050 Partners working with the California IOUs on codes and standards. It's definitely better to get organized around a few common sizes for amperage and make sure that the NEMA cord can be confidently used across a variety of parking spaces. Very specifically, the low power level 2 at 20 amps versus this, we might call this mid power ready level 2 at 30 amps. They're distinctly different NEMA plugs, so that it's very important that you guys settle that down and help provide a very clear signal to the marketplace. And they all become UL listable if they have the proper programmable cord set with the right end where you change the end and it changes the max current. So that sort of connectivity is available, and it's very good. Thank you very much. Perfect.
Great. Thank you, James.
Yep.
Yeah, and those are helpful comments, James. As we are requiring that the cord sets be UL certified, we expect that the cord sets will come with varying head connectors to handle the different receptacles for whatever levels of rating the cord set can handle. So we do expect that the cord set will be safely able to connect to different receptacles with adapters.
Yeah, the fun part there is for instance, there's two different NEMA approved 30 amp receptacles, one with a neutral, one without. So the sooner you can settle that down, the less variety of adapters the users will have to bring in their car.
Great. Okay, I'd like to, one more.
Dean.
Dean, go ahead.
Maybe a question to Joshua. In Europe, are people still using cord sets all over the place and bringing them everywhere to charge? And maybe kind of follow on, would this mean, with this new requirement, you could do this with like a 240 volt receptacle at workplaces or even businesses? Could you have like managed charging 240 volt receptacles in these other locations? So sorry, 3 questions at you.
Yeah, I don't think I have the answers, Dean. I don't know what the trends are in Europe. I would assume that there are cord sets available, but I don't know the trends of the driver behavior for taking that with them to their non-home locations. So unfortunately, I just don't have that information.
Maybe open it up to others. I mean, like Mark Geller, others, don't people bring cord sets with them all over the place in other countries?
My understanding is yes. I mean, it's a different kind of cord set because it doesn't have a regular plug on one side, a conventional plug of whatever NEMA variety it is. It's a dedicated, it plugs into the car with whatever they're using, Menicus or whatever they're using in Europe, and then it plugs into a receptacle that exists. And certainly I've seen in Norway where there are parking lots with, dozens, I mean, maybe even 100 posts that simply have a receptacle. But I think long ago, when the standards people in the United States decided we are going to mandate a connector, a corded connector with any charging station. I don't know that there's a process for going back on that, though I think it would be efficient, lower cost. It would benefit drivers in many ways, but here we are.
Thank you for that. Okay.
So Dean and James still have your hands raised?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, great. I'm going to move on to agenda item 5F. And this is pertaining to additions and alterations for existing non-residential sites. We've listed here some related bills that give us charging language for that. Does anybody have any other bills that are not listed here that they'd like to comment on?
I have a raised hand from Janet.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I wanted to comment on the proportion of EV charging spaces that would need to be retrofitted or in new non-residential, like schools, parking lots. So I've heard, incrementally up to 40% of the parking spaces needing to be EV charge spaces for non-residential. So I looked at our high school travel distances for students and for staff. High schools are the only schools that have students that drive, obviously. And looking at our number of students, 86% of our students live within 5 miles of the school. And I assumed that only, that primarily people that lived greater than 15 miles would be wanting to charge at school, because you could basically do a 30-mile round trip on most EV vehicles. And there are only 1.9% of our students, looking at all of our high schools, that live greater than 15 miles from their school. The commute distances for staff are a little bit larger, but again, 42% of the staff live within 5 miles of the school. And we only have 17% of staff that live more than 15 miles from the school. So I guess the conclusion is, we were talking earlier about looking at employees and customers differently. Our larger parking lots are for the students because there's a lot more of them, but the need would appear to be a lot less for students. So I'd like to see different percentages. We serve local areas, so we don't need a huge percentage of EV chargers. And also kind of an unintended consequence, parking is at a premium at these schools. And if we designate a disproportionate amount of spaces for EV or EV chargers, we're going to have empty spaces and no place for students or staff to park, which pushes them out into the community and creates a whole lot of hate and discontent from the neighborhoods. So we want to right size the number of EV chargers that we're going to be putting at schools, and not putting a disproportionate amount to try to encourage electric vehicle charging, just because the commute distances don't support that.
Thank you, Janet. And I don't know if DSA staff would like to comment on Ms. Janet's suggestions.
Hi, Janet. Thank you very much. This is Eric Drever with DSA. Thank you very much for your comments. We do look forward to right sizing the requirements for schools. We recognize that schools present a unique situation to both users as well as the costs associated to school districts. So I don't have a whole lot of answers, but we are listening very intently right now and look forward to furthering the discussion specifically with schools.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. I'm going to move on. So we have several examples. Example number one has to do with currently HCD has codified additions, triggers for additions and alterations to existing, existing facilities have been added to basically a parking lot. And they have a requirement here that 10% of the total number of parking spaces added or altered shall have electric vehicle charging spaces capable of supporting future level 2 EVSC. So question here is,
Do you want to wait till you're all done to take?
let's take hands raised and then we'll move on to this item.
Okay, Vanessa.
Thanks. So I want to respond actually to something that Janet mentioned, which is that to remind everybody here that the trajectory that we are on is that people will be driving predominantly EVs in the not distant future. And that what we are doing here, I believe, is deciding on the code for retrofitting. And when it comes to right sizing, I'm not sure that what is built is necessarily deems what is accessible. So to be specific, if excuse me, if the code is to say 50% rather than 10%, excuse me, of these new spaces are, let's say, just EV ready, low power level 1 or low power level 2, that doesn't necessarily mean that they are restricted. I think that is up to the property owner. The school could say, well, the state has required it. And right now what we see is that we've got so many people that are still driving gas cars. I also want to gently point out, if you if you tell people, well, if you don't drive a gas car and you switch to an EV, you get a better parking spot, that is an incentive, and it is an incentive in the right direction for air quality and climate and the rest of it. But that is obviously up to the schools about who they let park where. And what we're talking about is I think accurately right sizing, but when we hear the numbers that are coming from the Alliance for Automotive Innovation and how many cars are actually going to be electric in the very near future, I think right sizing means as close to ubiquity as we can get. So to that point, 10% full level 2 feels like too much power and too few spaces. And I would encourage, as we've said before, going all the way down to L1 or managed charging that includes possibly L1 at the bottom end. There is a place for DC fast charging in retrofits, non-residential, I think, but we should also protect low power. So because I want to keep in mind that DC fast charging is not accessible to all vehicles, especially some of the older models that are more affordable. The last thing I wanted to just throw out is the state really needs a building inventory and a use case study that can establish a set of like typical use cases for EV infrastructure retrofits, both for multifamily residential and for non-residential. This could serve to inform both appropriate code updates going forward and also establish a set of best practices that would be appropriate to California's built environment and help us determine the priorities for implementing and funding retrofits going forward. So any help that y'all could provide in creating those use cases, and I'm speaking to all the agencies currently on this call, we really need that because right now we've got anecdotal evidence of this district or that district, but to know, okay, we've got approximately X 100,000 properties that fit this approximate kind of use case, and we know that the best practices for that use case are as follows. That could be very useful to inform this whole discussion. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, so one more.
4.
Okay, we got more comments. Okay, go ahead.
Shaheen?
Yeah, thank you. I placed a comment on chat to save time, but real quick on the existing facilities, we got to be really careful as how much we push the developers to provide charging stations in a parking facility, which is already designed. It's very difficult to add these stations in and still meet the city code requirements of what's required for parking. So we run into this problem quite a bit when we're trying to do retrofit. So it's easy to say 10%, 20% or whatever, but physically implementing that is very difficult for developers and sort of discourages any improvement to their buildings. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that comment.
James.
All right, let's be quick. Thanks again. So part of our light duty report that I added to the chat link, we did include a section that describes potential trigger points, including electrical service upgrades, new parking lots added to existing buildings, parking lot expansions, resurfacing. So that's part of the report. We're also exploring ways to collect data so we can help us understand the frequency of these different types of possible trigger points. We don't have formal recommendations today, but we look forward to sharing data in the coming months. And we're interested in discussing this data collection approach with interested stakeholders. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Alejandra?
Yeah, I want to know where we send, the reports, the surveys, the numbers of buildings, because it's important for cities to change. Like I have senior centers where you don't need that many charging stations. Where in a park, I can put a lot of charging stations because the time that people goes to those facilities, or libraries, like the use has to do a lot where we can put charging stations and better use them.
Okay. Thank you for that input.
James?
Hello there. Just wanted to come in and say, I think that this group should really consider how heavy-handed they are and how they apply these triggers for requiring EV-capable infrastructure. I work in structural engineering and we build these things all the time, but I also am following computer science and innovations in industry a lot. One of the most popular things, I've been hearing about this all the way back in 2008 from Volkswagen in their 2028 campaign. I don't foresee electric vehicles being parked at employee infrastructure as often as you guys think. I think if you talk to someone who's really into the innovative car and automotive industry, we see a huge push for cars that are self-driving. And what does this mean for EV charging? The parking lot of the future doesn't exist. The idea is that your car will drop you off, go home and charge. So before we start building massive amounts and mass quantities of EV charging stations, I think it's incredibly important that we look into self-driving capabilities. And how likely is it going to be that our cars are even parked at our, place of work when we're there? We're talking, there's some talks about, not even having driveways for homes anymore and having these gigantic parking garages where after your car drops you home at night, it will then drive itself to a parking structure and then continue to charge there. So, just once again, I think that this group should really consider how heavy-handed their approach is to requiring these triggers for, requiring EV infrastructure when, if you asked me, I would say that the future doesn't actually dictate that we'll be needing that. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Olga?
A couple points that I have not heard mentioned. Incentives for retrofits. And I understand it's not part of the code, but staff has a lot of weight on the decision makers who implement incentives. And also there is one thing to adopt the code and then another thing to implement it. So streamlining approvals for retrofitting and for installations, I think is critically important. It saves time and money for contractors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sean?
I think that one of the things, looking at this specifically with lighting retrofits, I think lighting retrofits really are a great opportunity, but I think we need to recognize some of the limitations in the underlying electrical code, because the electrical code has restrictions on when EVSE can be on circuits with other loads, and it can only happen under certain circumstances. So as we're looking at that as a potential trigger, there needs to be coordination with the electrical code to make sure that the solutions that you're trying to accomplish are actually allowed under the electrical code, or at least if the restrictions that the electrical code places on them are reasonable for what you're trying to accomplish. Basically, right now, you have to have energy management if you're going to have an EVSE on a circuit with another load. And lighting circuits are such a great opportunity because so many parking lots have had lighting retrofits, and they've got all this unused capacity on this infrastructure that's already in the parking lot. It's such a great opportunity, but that coordination becomes really important. I think on the issue of self-driving cars, I think that we have to be very careful about policy that is built on what might occur, because what we're seeing right now is there's a lot of promise and a lot of problems. And so I would be reluctant to have a policy that doesn't make concrete steps because of hope about what is available in the future. Hopefully that is the case, but it may not be. And in the meantime, people are buying electric cars that can't do that. So those need to be charged as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Any last comments regarding?
I have Rick is unmuted, doesn't have his hand raised. Rick, did you want to speak?
So,
my apologies.
Yeah, so there's like 5 examples, so I'm going to go run through them, and some of the questions, comments we have now may be addressed in some of these other slides. So basically the question regarding example 1 was, this is what's currently codified by HCD. Would this be something that we could consider for non-residential occupancies, given some of this information provided? So that's just a question. Moving on to example number 2, currently in CALGreen, we have in chapter 3 triggers for additions and alterations, and it's based on 1,000 square feet of an addition of 1,000 square feet or for a tenant improvement, the trigger is $200,000 for a project valuation. Those are two separate independent triggers. And then additionally, historically, we've had have triggers that are based on 10 or more added parking spaces. That's an additional trigger that we have. For example, I think it's like that would be for bicycle parking, and I believe maybe EV cleaner vehicle spaces. So we have a history of triggers being done at 10 or more added parking spaces. Question is here, is 10 or more spaces appropriate for triggers for to consider for additions and alterations? And then also, what are the appropriate percentages for these scenarios? So just some questions, wanted some feedback regarding this example number 2.
Dennis?
Hi, this is Dennis Carrells. I just wanted to point out that when you use a dollar valuation threshold, that needs to be indexed some way, or else over time it's going to be suck in more and more of the smaller projects.
Yeah. Okay.
Dsa has a threshold for alterations that they update annually. So I would recommend for any dollar amount type thing like this, we consider and indexing that. And you could do it to the Engineer News Record construction cost index, and that's been what DSA has done for many years. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Dennis. Appreciate that comment.
Sean?
I think on this one, it's worthwhile to think about buildings and their life cycles. And so what are the events, and then what can happen at that event that could help support those EV retrofits in the future? So not thinking of it so much of, oh, if there's a panel upgrade and we're doing paving at the same time, because those often are not going to happen at the same time, then we can do something. So think of it in terms of when there's an electrical service upgrade, what can be done to support EV charging? Well, sizing the capacity for a set amount of EV charging. And maybe it's the same as new construction, maybe it's not. You don't always replace the panel when you replace your electrical service. Oftentimes you do. So when you replace the panel, the primary panel or the panel that serves the parking lot, what can be done to support EV charging? Well, make sure that there's space, physical space in it, or if you're replacing feeders, that the feeders have the right capacity in them. And so thinking of it like that, moving the paving, well, that's an opportunity to go ahead and trench and put conduit in the ground or put cabling in the ground. And really thinking of them as these discrete events, and what can you do at the time of these discrete events? And then hopefully we have incentives that say, okay, you went through this discrete event, here's an incentive to go all the way, to do the rest of the project and get your EV charging in place. So I think that that's the way to think about it. Really think of it in pieces to make the most out of each one of those events.
Okay. Thank you so much.
No other hands.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm going to move on to the next agenda item. Same agenda item, example number 3. This one is, what are the triggers for requiring EV capable infrastructure? So this one, some of the folks have already mentioned these triggers when electrical service panel upgrades are conducted associated with parking lot alterations. An example would be new paving or curbing. There's some other examples that have already been given. Triggered when electrical service panel upgrades are conducted but are not part of any site improvement. Suggestion would be size panel to accommodate future power requirement for future EV capable spaces. So this would be where you're doing a panel upgrade, but you're not specifically doing any site work. So maybe at that point you would, since you're changing the panel, you would accommodate it, make it larger to accommodate future EV capable spaces. And then the other ones are, what are the appropriate percentages for these scenarios? So it's just some questions that we have here regarding this example 3. Any comments?
No hands raised.
Okay.
Oh, wait, Vanessa?
I just put this in the chat, but I just want to maybe state the obvious. We're in an emergency situation here with the climate. So I would encourage that you wear those glasses and see through that lens every time you look at these questions. And so if, for instance, you have a building that currently has 100 spaces and they're going to be putting in 20 more, and to somebody's earlier point, we actually don't really need more parking. We just need more charging in the parking that we have. So so hopefully they're not adding 20 spaces, but if they're redoing 20 spaces, repaving, whatever, that you do whatever is the maximum to get them as close as possible to whatever the new code is. So if, let's say they have 100 spaces and they're redoing 20 of them, and the current code requires 30 spaces, that the requirement just be that all 20 of them have to be electrified. And that gets them as close as possible to current new construction code requirements, that be the sort of frame that you look at it with.
Okay. Thank you, Vanessa.
Olga?
Yes, I'm speaking also again from the experience on the local level, and I understand it's urban area and doesn't apply to necessarily all the circumstances, but the agencies like East Bay Municipal District, for example, who manages water, and they have a lot of projects going on, they don't always coordinate with other agencies. So I think that the requirements should be, there should be a list of agencies and municipalities to be contacted when a certain project goes in. Another point that municipalities, let's say Oakland and Berkeley, we have a lot of streets that go in and out of both cities. And when project is going on in Oakland, not always Oakland planners coordinate with Berkeley. So I think those requirements of close coordination should also be somehow instituted. So not only provides collaboration, but also obviously opportunity for leveraging a lot of resources, including electrification. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments?
No other hands.
Okay, so we are moving on. Yep, we've done this one. We're moving on to agenda item 5H that pertains to automatic load management systems and the potential need for a reference standard. So the information that we found currently for AMLS system, we found an article in the electrical code, Article 625. And then we have a 625.42, which is a rating requirement. And then, so we wanted to see if there was any additional information you folks may have for specific listed AMLSs or testing criteria for an automatic load management system. Once again, any UL or other rating systems that are available, we need some feedback regarding this item. Thank you.
Sean?
Yeah, I think it's worth looking at what's happening at the national level for this one. So there is a proposal moving through the International Energy Conservation Code. It's not been adopted yet, but it is moving through. And it was put together by a consortium of people, a working group, lots of people involved. And the process was actually led by someone from NEMA, who is heavily involved in the writing of the National Electric Code. And I think that the approach there is really worth looking at. What they've done is, instead of creating a parallel set of terminology and requirements for load management for EV, they're leveraging what is already in the electrical code for managing loads in electrical systems generally, because those are based on safety, really, when it comes down to it, making sure that load management is done in a safe way. It also means that the requirements around that are done by subject area experts. And they do have now this new section, specifically for EVs. So as EV load management issues come up, those can be added to the electrical code. I think the one key thing to keep in mind, if we do defer to the electrical code approach to load management, which I think is very reasonable, is that the electrical code is concerned primarily with safety, and there are no requirements for like minimum simultaneous charging rate. So there are a couple of holes in there that an EV charging code would need to address. And so just making sure that you can't rely entirely on the electrical code, but you can certainly rely on the electrical code for the technical and the safety parts. And then you just only need to backfill these kind of EV specific functional requirements. And I think that also helps provide some consistency. It means that you're not creating this special thing that is just EV charging load management that opens up the door to all of the energy management systems out there that are meant for managing loads that could manage EV loads, you know, with just the right little add-on or extra piece of equipment that creates, you know, more flexibility and more options for building owners. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that information. Information is very useful. Thank you.
James?
Hello again. So in this case, the ANSI has selected the Canadian Standards Organization, CSA, to lead the safety standard development for North America for EV energy management systems. So like what Sean described as energy management, this standard is mixing the conversation between energy management and automated load management. So there's a technical standard with a number. This technical standards committee is meeting regularly. It's cross-functional and multi-stakeholder, and they're working on the product safety standard. They're currently finalizing the scope of the standard, and that they expect to have the standard available later this year.
Thank you, James. Any information you can provide, that would be great, a link or just the organization itself, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, I'll throw it in the chat. Thanks, guys.
Okay, thank you. Any last comments? Okay, one more.
Dean?
This is a clarification question to Sean. You mentioned National Electrical Code, but then you said National Energy Conservation Code. I've never heard of the Energy Conservation Code. Can you explain?
Sure, that's the International Energy Conservation Code. That's the energy code that the rest of the country, large part of the rest of the country uses instead of Title 24, Part 6, which is just California specific.
And the NEC is the National Electric Code?
The NEC is the National Electric Code on which the California Electrical Code is based.
Thank you.
Mark?
I simply want to say that the points that Sean is making are extremely important. We really ought not sort of corral off the question of EV charging, that as we move forward with building electrification more broadly, electrification generally, we should recognize that EV charging is one of these things, has a role to play, and that we should look at this as a whole system rather than simply an EV charging issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
No other hands raised.
Okay, great. Let's move on. Very useful information. Thank you all. Moving on to agenda item 5J. And I believe that's, no, actually, I skipped one. Moving on to agenda 5I. This is pertaining to medium duty and heavy duty vehicle infrastructure updates. And I'd like to give the floor to, I think it's Stephen or Mr. Tutter to provide some feedback and information regarding this item. Thank you. Bruce, if you're on the line, that'd be great. If you will.
Sorry, Enrique, my microphone, the hard mute was on. Sorry about that. So CARB is proposing an addition to the current rule, which requires the installation of infrastructure to support the later addition of chargers up to 400 kilovolt amps of zero emission vehicle fueling in newly constructed warehouses, grocery stores, and retail buildings with off-street loading spaces in buildings of 10,000 square feet or more for the grocery stores and the retail buildings, and then 20,000 square feet or more for the warehouses. So CARB is proposing amending this rule to also add truck stops, office buildings, and industrial buildings. But we've yet to determine a minimum square footage threshold for these building types. So with that, I'll turn it over for feedback. Thank you.
Stephen, I do have a question. When you mentioned non-residential or office buildings, can you give me an example of a type of use of an office building where this would be a proposal for that?
Sure. So yeah, I guess office buildings with their own parking. And because some office buildings have, I'm sorry, not parking, but they have loading docks where, trucks will have to come in and deliver supplies or deliver other things in and out. So office buildings with those types of.
So like a office, like a Max, one of those.
So Enrique, this is Bruce Tudor. Just to give you maybe a perfect example for anybody that is familiar with our CARB the Cal EPA headquarters that CARB is in. Large office space. We have delivery docks downstairs. They do not only have, I believe they have parking for 2 vehicles, medium heavy duty up to, they're not going to pull a full size semi in there, but very large trucks. That's what we're trying to get at. And the key there is, again, if they have a loading dock or an off-street loading area.
Got it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Clarification. Do we have any comments from the group?
Olga?
Okay, go ahead, Olga.
I have a quick question, and forgive me if I missed it in any previous discussions, but what came to mind, places like ports, for example, I know we have somebody here from West Oakland that probably feeling the grunt of the trucks idling, and I'm wondering if there's been discussion on how to provide charging access in ports, airports, and other sort of special facilities. Thank you.
So I'll actually jump on in. It's Bruce Tudor, CARB. I'll jump in on that one again. And first of all, bear in mind that light duty is way ahead of us as far as our regulatory folks go. They started doing things with building codes a number of years ago. We're kind of mimicking what they did. It's actually probably a little more difficult because it's more difficult to determine exactly where trucks are going to park in many instances. So the reason I brought up light duty is we're starting, as I said, kind of where they started, and that is with new construction, with basically kind of almost no-brainer type things that aren't going to cost much in new construction. Additional conduit, additional panel space. So that, first of all, I wanted to set that up by saying right now, we're only looking at new construction. Additionally, and if this is what you're talking about, we've been talking about this around the building a little bit, but one of the things that was brought up, and it was in relation to ports, was a lot of those folks park in just a large parking lot. There's nothing there. A lot of them park on the street. We will look at things such as major modifications to something like that. We will look at those types of things as we move down the road and figure out, as I said, like where trucks tend to park and what can be done. But right now, we're sticking to a little bit more basic. And as I said, we're not actually requiring that chargers be installed. There is a lot of funding out there, incentive funding for that, but we're not requiring that on the heavy duty side.
Great.
Did that answer your question? Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Bruce. Okay.
Dean?
Okay, go ahead, Dean.
Question for CARB. Are you guys tied into the Caltrans truck parking study? I think that effort is just wrapped up. In fact, a lot of states are facing a truck parking crisis. And so they were even looking at this issue of where could they have charging for heavy duty trucks.
I actually, when that effort first started, I sat in on some of the early stages of it. I haven't since then. I do have the access to the studies and so forth, and that is something that we'll be looking at. That is data. That's the kind of data that we really need to start looking at. Yeah.
Okay.
And Olga.
Sorry, to follow up on another thought, and again, if you're working on that, great, thank you so much. But rest stops, I mean, the trucks are using and we all use, so something else to think about. Thank you.
And I know that Caltrans is looking at that also. So that is something we can talk to them about.
Noelani?
Hi, it's just a question for Steve or Bruce. How is CARB preparing to study which new buildings are required currently to comply with the medium and heavy duty EV ready building code requirements starting January 1st, 2023? I mean, we would really like to see the cost, which buildings are actually required to comply, and the vehicles that are being served by this code adoption. We've discussed this during the last code cycle, and we're still concerned that the application of EV ready building codes is inappropriate for medium and heavy duty vehicles, since they're so varied in type, charging needs, domicile locations, duty cycles, et cetera, and that it could result in both underbuilding and overbuilding of infrastructure, which comes at significant cost. So we'd love to see, once those current requirements come into effect in January 1st, what that looks like, and if further application for medium and heavy duty vehicles is appropriate here. Thanks.
And thank you, Noelani. I know we've discussed that in the past.
No other hands.
No other hands. Okay, great. Thank you, everybody, for your input. Moving on to the last agenda item, which is agenda item 5J, and it's pertaining to the applicability of direct current fast chargers, DCFC, in the code. Question is, how can DCFCs be better utilized in CALGreen? Another question, common power allocations, 50 kW minimum versus 150 kW or higher. Another question is, any data that's available on DCFC's use patterns. And then the last one here is the availability of DCFCs in the marketplace. So we just want to get some feedback and some better understanding on this specific code item, on the specific proposal.
Matthew.
Hi, my name is Matt Nelson. I'm Director of Government Affairs at Electrify America, and Electrify America operates the nation's largest open network of DC fast charging stations with more than 800 sites, more than 3,500 chargers across the country in 46 states. In 2021, Electrify America stations enabled more than 145 million miles of electric driving, avoiding more than 5.7 million gallons of gasoline consumption. And this was delivered over more than 1.45 million charging sessions during the course of the year. That was more than a 500% increase over the previous year. Our priorities are aligned with the states. We fundamentally believe that. We support the rapid transition to electric vehicles, and we believe that DC fast charging, and specifically ultra fast charging at 150 kilowatts and above, is a critical component of enabling EV adoption. We appreciate that CALGreen incorporated EV charging requirements in the building code, which is a critically important step to advancing the state's transportation electrification goals. We also appreciate the inclusion of the DC fast charging alternative compliance pathway in the most recent cycle, which we understood to lead to a equivalency of each DC fast charger equating to 5 level 2 chargers. We now understand that there is some confusion and different interpretations around this approved alternative compliance pathway, which we hope to work with the state to address expeditiously. Electrify America and 8 other organizations have formally requested the commission further clarify this alternative compliance matter, before the new code takes effect at the end of this year, or technically the first day of next year. I speak actually today to raise with the agencies and stakeholders a suggestion to improve the DC fast charging optionality in the intervening code cycle. Specifically to the questions asked, a 350 kilowatt DC fast charger can charge a vehicle at about 20 miles of range per minute. This is 7 times as fast as a 50 kilowatt charger, and it's 60 times as fast as a 6 kilowatt level 2 charger. In other words, a 350 kilowatt charger can add 20 miles of range in 1 minute. A level 2 charger can add 20 miles of range in 1 hour. As a result, these charging technologies are highly utilized at very different types of buildings. A DC fast charging station will be highly utilized in short dwell time locations like grocery stores, pharmacies, truck stops, where the dwell time is often less than an hour. A single ultra-fast charger in such a venue can serve 50 to 100 cars per day. A level 2 charger is a terrific match for longer dwell time locations, like offices and hotels and motels, as was talked about at one of the earlier, I think it was topic B before. Both technologies are critical to enabling EV adoption in the general public, and we support CALGreen code, giving building designers the reasonable optionality and choice to deploy either of these technologies in the right combination for their building's visitors. To enable this result, we recommend changes to the EV capable requirement, which currently requires parking lots for commercial buildings to be equipped for future level 2 charger deployment. This current requirement is not a great use of capital at a site with short dwell time locations, where site hosts may prefer to meet their charging needs of their visitors through DC fast charging. In those situations, it's very unlikely that those EV capable spots will ever be equipped with a future charger. We asked the Commission and the agencies to consider alternative compliance changes in the intervening code cycle that would permit DC fast charging to meet the EV capable requirements by providing more capacity to charge vehicles than the base alternative compliance, the base EV capable requirement. This would be an alternative that would encourage deployment of actual charging stations, creating more stations that people can use more quickly. We think that this could be done in 3 practical ways. The first is a power level equivalency. Allow a DC fast charger to meet EV capable requirements on a power level or kilowatt hour basis, accounting for the charging speed of the chargers used. For example, an EV capable spot would equate to 8.32 kilowatts of power capacity already in the code. That could be met either through EV capable requirements of 8.3 kilowatts or through DC fast charging or another technology, but it would be measured by power level equivalency. The second option would be simply to eliminate the EV capable requirement if a DC fast charging station is installed to meet some set of minimum requirements regarding power and charger count. So if there's a big enough DC fast charging station at that site, the EV capable requirement would be waived. The third option would be to count each DC fast charger as a minimum number of EV capable spots based on a similar ratio to what is created by the power level approach. This could be something like a 20-to-1 ratio, but we're not tied to that specific number. We hope we can work with all the stakeholders in this process, including the state, on an alternative DC fast charging compliance pathway in the intervening code cycle that truly gives site hosts, building designers, and building constructors a significant and viable alternative to choose the right technology that best fits the customers that are going to be at their facilities. We believe that future code revisions provide this opportunity, and we look forward to working with the Commission staff and other stakeholders to develop this idea further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthew. Does anybody have any comments or questions regarding Matthew's suggested code changes?
We have a hand raised from Sean.
Go ahead, Sean.
Mine's not a question, mine's just a comment. So if anyone has a question for Matthew, I can wait.
Oh, go ahead.
All right, thank you. So I think some of this echoes some of what Matthew just said, but I think when we look at how DC fast chargers are integrated into the code, particularly when they're allowed to displace, to be used as an alternate compliance for level 2 chargers, that we really do want to maximize the utility of those DC fast chargers. And so as much power as possible, I think really makes sense, particularly as batteries get larger and ranges get longer, and also so that the dwell time in those spaces can be reduced. If the lower power DC fast chargers are included in code, as an allowed option, then I think it might make sense to allow them at a different exchange rate. So if you're going to have lower power chargers, then you need to have more of them so that the utility is kind of equal. And then I think we also need to keep in mind that this does only apply to fast chargers that are being used to meet these code requirements, as opposed to just all fast chargers. Maybe all DC fast chargers need to have a minimum power requirement on them or not, but we should be clear about what applies to the ones being used to meet code requirements versus what just might be getting installed. I think that the discussion of the DC fast charging is really closely connected to some of the other slides that have been raised, particularly about looking at parking patterns and charging patterns for different occupancies, because DC fast chargers make a lot of sense in some places and not as much sense in others, just like level 2 makes a lot of sense in some places, but not as much in others. So really aligning the application of DC fast chargers to the places where it's really useful, short dwell times, short stays, or just like nodes that are close to interstates maybe, but really looking at those and lining those up. So I think having that, and I think the last thing is that because of the expense of DC fast chargers, they can still make economic sense in so many situations, but because of that capital investment, I think code requirements that just require DC fast charging could be very problematic. Allowing them as a compliance alternative, when the economics make sense for people, is great. But if you start looking and saying, well, this is a short dwell time, we're going to require them to put in a DC fast charging, that I think could start to get problematic. So keeping them as a compliance alternative where they really make sense, I think and having them better integrated into the code would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean, for that input.
Vanessa?
Thank you. So Electrify America has done a really good job of outlining the very real benefits of DC fast charging. I, as an EV driver, do sometimes use fast charging. I just want to also, however, point out in this section specifically that we're discussing it in, that the downside of DC fast charging is high cost to the driver, potentially lowered battery life to the driver, and limited access to the driver. Some low cost EVs cannot access DC fast charging. So we very much accept that DC fast charging has a role to play for long distance charging and to a lesser extent employee charging, but it has no place in residential charging. So I just want to be super clear about that. It should not be even as an alternative compliance until and unless every unit with parking is ensured EV ready access through its own meter, at which point, hallelujah, bring it on for visitor parking, for additional cars, for convenience, whatever sounds great, but not as a baseline charging in residential multifamily. I do agree with Sean that that having it be considered as a alternative compliance is good, but I would encourage you to have it in as an alternative compliance for level 2 and not for low level 2 or level 1. Those are the places where it makes more sense to potentially switch those out. Also, we do not think DC fast charging is a preferred solution for employee charging for many of the reasons I just listed in terms of access and cost. Low power charging, and again, low power could be level 1 or low power level 2, is better for employees both on price and on access and on battery life. And it's also potentially better on employers because it lowers demand charges, could lower demand charges. So keep that in mind from the property owner's perspective. Could be appropriate though as an additional service. Again, as I said, if it offsets level 2. And I also just want to flag signage requirements. Sean, everybody's been mentioning like there are differences between 50 kilowatt hours versus 150. That results in a very different driver experience. I think everybody here agrees we really want people, when they're adopting EVs, to have a good experience doing it. And if it was possible, and I think this would fall on Caltrans shoulders, so again, it's another request of Caltrans, if y'all are talking to them, please ask them if they could have some sort of standardized signage. So somebody mentioned earlier, there's like the standard sign that says EV charging, like that is 20 years out of date. It is a much more sophisticated landscape, and there is no standardization for signage for how fast the charge is that you're going to get. So if you could have, level, call, I don't know, A, B, C, D, E or whatever, but some sort of standardized system so that people understand how fast it is would be super helpful. Thanks.
Thank you, Vanessa, for that information.
Noelani?
Noelani.
Hi, folks. I'll keep it quick. Tesla has over 282 DC fast charging sites in California today, and most of those sites are located in parking lots accessory to short dwell time commercial buildings. So we definitely support the flexibility that would allow certain commercial locations with short dwell times to have the option, not the requirement, to install DC fast charging to meet their CALGreen requirements, such as a building like a grocery store with short dwell times. The cities of LA, San Francisco, Palo Alto, Santa Monica, and others already have such requirements in place. So we think for simplicity, a DC fast charger, should be applied in a 5-to-1 ratio across the board, both for EVSC installed requirements and also EV capable requirements. And this will encourage usage in commercial buildings where DC fast charging does make sense. And I think Matt from Electrify America had to drop, but any additional DC fast charging related codes developed, we think should optimize simplicity and flexibility for the building owners and for local building officials who have to interpret and apply this code. Thank you.
Thank you, Noelani. And unfortunately, Matthew dropped off, but I did have some questions for him regarding his proposals and if he had any data reports that would justify, I guess, substantiate those proposals so we can get a better understanding of what that would look like. So anyway, we'll probably have a conversation with him.
And Enrique, just since we're talking about it, can you clarify what types of data you're looking for?
Well, he mentioned like three proposals. One of them was using DCFC based on the kilowatt to give appropriate ratios for the EV capable spaces. And then I believe I didn't write them all down, but he had some others proposals that were mainly based, I think, on the kilowatt hours, or use an example of 300 kW, and then doing like a 1-to-20 ratio for EV capable. I just wanted any information that would substantiate those sort of proposals, things like that.
Got it. I can follow up with him.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, just some, data, reports, any information that can, give us a better insight as to those proposals and, substantiating data. Does anybody have any additional questions, comments regarding agenda item 5J? I think we're really close, folks. We're going to try to do this within the next 6 minutes. Let's see how if we can do this. So I'm going to move on to agenda item 6, which is related items not on the agenda. And this is mainly, I believe, was to consider these ad hoc subgroups. And we had mentioned existing facilities for additions, alterations, power demand, dwell times, cost data, and AMLS. So what we're going to do is, if anybody is interested in being part of a subgroup, and I guess we can discuss, do we need subgroups for these different items? Then we could create these subgroups that could then convene and provide feedback to the general group. And then we could probably do this via our DSA box. Eric, do you have any how can we do this? Do we just get information from folks can just email us, or maybe they can, when they sign up to DSA Drop, the DSA box, they can share, that they want to be added to a specific subgroup.
So thank you, Enrique. I would just maybe like to take a minute just to explain the reason, what I believe the need for ad hoc subgroups is, and that is because there are some significantly complex issues, and we understand the urgency. And in terms of the pre-cycle rulemaking timeline, all proposals are due for the intervening code cycle to Building Standards Commission by the end of this year. We are sitting here at June 16th, and so there's clearly some significant data input that needs to be provided. Specific proposals, code proposals, need to be provided by December. So breaking this up into smaller pieces seems to be the appropriate approach. If Building Standards Commission feels that, or this group feels that it's not necessary, then we can continue meeting in this regularity. But I feel like there's some intermediate meetings that subgroups could take on to expedite the process. So that's my pitch for that. In terms of the utilization of the DSA box, it's really just a file structure. There isn't a strong ability to bring in information. It's just like Windows Explorer, right? It's just another cloud-based storage location. So what I would propose is that we could set up an alternate form similar to the one that was filled out, and just a plug. We only have about 37, I think, respondents to the earlier form. So if there are more, please jump on. We will be setting that up probably tomorrow and sending out invitations. So if you're delayed, you may not have the next opportunity to gain access to this box until our next meeting. So be sure you jump on that link and fill it out if you'd like to have access to the box. But we could in some way disseminate a secondary form to have folks sign up for particular subgroups. And I think that would be the most expeditious way to handle it. And then we could begin to disseminate information on those ad hoc committees prior to our next meeting.
Thank you, Eric, for that. And I just want to clarify that I think most of these ad hoc subgroups would be for items that are non-residential pertaining to DSA, DSC non-residential occupancies. Because I believe HCD is going to have their own additional meetings, and I believe Emily is has raised her hand, and she could probably speak to about that a little more.
Yeah, this is Emily Withers with HCD. I wasn't going to talk on the focus groups, but HCD will be conducting its own focus groups. What I wanted to comment on was, I know Eric had mentioned a December date. but that's actually the date that the final submittal goes, well, not the final, but the initial submittal goes into the Building Standards Commission. But at the state agency level, and I'm sure this is true for Building Standards Commission as well as DSA, we have internal reviews and approvals that we need to go through. So that eats up about 2 months. So we're probably looking more like an October date where we need to have something fairly concrete in place. So don't depend on the December date.
Yeah. Thank you, Emily, for that. I was gonna mention that our last tentative meeting for this group is actually in September, knowing that we're gonna need like those 2 months or so ahead of time to prep everything and get it to the right executive staff for review. And so, yeah, definitely, we really do not have a lot of time on this. So maybe this is how these subgroups we can could be better utilized in providing us that technical data and information for the next workshop, which is slated for August 18th, 2022. And so with that, I believe Sven is probably going to do a presentation maybe during HCD's focus group. I was under the impression he was going to present today, but so he's not on the call. So anyway, agenda items, 7 action items. Basically, we have the next workshop. I suggest everybody go and sign up for the DSA box. And any other action items that we'd like to add to this list?
Sorry, Enrique, can you just reiterate what it was you were expecting Sven to do today? He's he's completely off the grid this entire week. So apologies if he was supposed to do something today. Can you remind me what it was and I'll ping him?
Yeah, no, so he had requested kind of last minute request before we published the or posted the BSC this workshop. He had requested to speak. I don't remember exactly what the he was going to do a brief PowerPoint, I think, on some legislation, and I believe we said that was could be done as a related item not on the agenda, but I don't see him I didn't see him today on this meeting, so I believe maybe he can do that as part of the focus group for HCD's next workshop.
Okay, great. And I'm so sorry because I was trying to do something else when you were, is there a date yet set for that I can share with him?
What's that?
Is there a date set for that? Is that the August 18th?
I think HCD, Emily might be able to give a date of when their next workshop's going to be, the HCD specific for housing regulation proposals. I don't know if Emily's on the call.
I'm on the call. We're looking at a tentative date of July 11th, but we will be noticing everybody and then posting, whatever documents we have for that date.
Awesome. Okay, thank you so much. I'll let him know.
HCD's notices are separate from CDSC's notices.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, when HCD does their own focus group workshops, they are the ones that are going to be sending it out to the interested parties, and it's not something that BSC would notice. So that's a totally separate noticing specifically from HCD. Did we have a raised hand? I thought I saw James.
He took it down.
Yeah, the idea is July 11th. It's exciting to imagine some focus groups, and we just want to make sure we don't miss the opportunity to participate. So how do we stay tuned in? Do we hit a website and resample it periodically to make sure we don't miss it?
Emily, Emily, how do folks get onto your list, serve?
We actually have a website. It's hcd.ca.gov. And when you look at the website, I believe it's at the top right. Tom Martin, if he's on the line, he can correct me, but I think that's where the contact us and listserv information is. I could send it to Enrique and he can post it. How's that?
Yeah, that's fine. We could do that.
Yeah, this is Tom Martin. If you go to the top right where it says contact, click on that, And then on the right-hand side, it says email sign up. Click on that, and then you'll be able to give your information.
Okay, great. Thank you, Tom, for that update. Does anybody want to add any comments, last minute comments regarding action items? I think it's been a long meeting and appreciate everybody being here. I'm going to move on to basically, I think the next one is, that's it. Yeah. We're at the end of our agenda. Thank you everybody for participating. We have a lot of great information and input from everybody and really appreciate you all being here. Sorry for going 1 hour and 4 minutes over. It's just a lot of information to disseminate and garner information and feedback from you folks. So really appreciate you being here today. Thank you so much. And this concludes our second CEBW work group. Thank you so much and have a great day.
Thank you, Enrique.
Thank you.
Guys.
Okay, bye-bye.